Très bien, on va pouvoir commencer. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis Bruno Bouchard, vice-président du Conseil scientifique. Je ne suis pas Mou Belmoud. Malheureusement, notre président a eu une urgence et donc m'a demandé de le remplacer. Mais enfin, je sais qu'il aurait été très heureux d'être parmi nous pour ce lancement de cette troisième édition des Dauphine Digital Days, qui commence à être un événement très important, je pense, du dialogue science-société, en particulier dans ces domaines de l'intelligence artificielle. Alors, cette année, la thématique, c'est l'IA en action. Regard pluridisciplinaire, c'est évidemment quelque chose qui est extrêmement important lorsqu'on parle d'intelligence artificielle. Il est absolument essentiel de croiser beaucoup de regards. Regards évidemment du point de vue technique, des mathématiques, de l'informatique, pardon. Le regard des autres sciences. Alors à Dauphine, ça va être les sciences humaines et sociales avec le management, plus singulièrement à l'intérieur du management, la finance, mais aussi l'économie, aussi le droit, je vois ma collègue autour de la table, et puis évidemment les sciences sociales et les sciences politiques, mais ça va même au-delà. Vous savez que Dauphine est membre de PSL, nous sommes l'Université Paris Dauphine PSL, et au niveau de PSL, évidemment, il est essentiel de croiser l'arrivée, l'avènement de ces nouveaux outils avec l'ensemble des sciences, et plus particulièrement des sciences dures, notamment en chimie, notamment en physique, notamment en astrophysique, etc., etc. On voit qu'à la fois ces sciences peuvent nous apporter, qu'elles soient sciences dures ou sciences sociales, peuvent nous apporter un regard sur les algorithmes, faire progresser les algorithmes d'ailleurs, même en tout cas en ce qui concerne les sciences dures, peut-être plus, mais également ont besoin de comprendre comment fonctionnent ces algorithmes et donc ont besoin d'avoir un dialogue nourri avec nos chercheurs qui sont peut-être les plus techniques en informatique et en mathématiques. Donc c'est extrêmement important. Et puis, ce n'est pas simplement un regard pluriel aux sciences académiques du terme, il faut qu'il y ait un regard de la société, des sociétés au sens des entreprises, des institutions, parce que évidemment l'avènement de l'IA et la vitesse à laquelle ça accélère bouleverse un petit peu nos pratiques et a déjà un impact sur nos pratiques. Donc c'est quelque chose d'extrêmement important. C'est quelque chose que nous cultivons à Dauphine depuis des années et des années. C'est dans l'ADN de Dauphine. Et donc, nous sommes très heureux d'organiser cette troisième édition. Ça fait vraiment partie de nos missions. Alors, pour ce qui concerne l'IA, si on se positionne au niveau de PSL, vous savez que nous sommes à un tournant, puisqu'on va installer très prochainement, et j'ai Isabelle Ril à mes côtés, non plus l'Institut 3IA PRAIRIE, mais le cluster PRAIRIE Paris School of AI. L'idée, c'est vraiment de créer une School of AI au sein de PSL, avec des formations, des nouvelles formations qui vont être proposées, à la fois au niveau bachelor, mais aussi au niveau master, des formations spécialisées, mais aussi des formations qui permettent d'acquérir une double compétence, et notamment un master IA et sciences des organisations, qui sera la suite de notre licence IA et sciences des organisations, que nous avons créée il y a déjà 2 ans, et pour lesquelles Dauphine était vraiment pionnière. Et on voit que c'est quelque chose d'important. Et je fais une petite parenthèse à ce sujet-là. Vous savez qu'il y a énormément d'efforts qui sont faits, y compris par des gens comme Isabelle ou autour d'Isabelle, pour essayer d'attirer les femmes vers les sciences dures. Eh bien, quand vous créez des formations à double compétence, comme la licence IA et sciences des organisations, eh bien, alors c'est pas automatiquement, mais de fait, vous avez 50% de candidatures hommes, 50% femmes, 50% de sélectionnés hommes, 50% de sélectionnés femmes. Voilà. C'est peut-être le meilleur dispositif qui existe, en tout cas c'est le plus efficace que j'ai vu récemment pour encourager nos jeunes étudiantes à venir faire des mathématiques et de l'informatique. Vous savez aussi qu'il va y avoir l'organisation bientôt en février 2025 de l'AI Action Summit, et là aussi PSL est très représenté, notamment à travers la présence d'Anne Bouvreau, qui est présidente du conseil d'administration de l'ENS-PSL, mais également, encore une fois, de Isabelle Ril, et puis aussi de Jamal Latif. Jamal Latif, c'est notre VP, vice-président en charge du numérique ici à Dauphine, qui seront tous deux membres du conseil scientifique et qui organiseront un colloque universitaire en marge de cet événement. Voilà, alors si on revient maintenant au Dauphine Digital Days, vous êtes plus de 50 intervenants, et je tiens à remercier et à saluer tous les intervenants, toutes les personnes qui nous font le plaisir de bien vouloir venir échanger avec nous, avec nos étudiants. Je vois qu'il y a pas mal d'étudiants là-bas. Avec nos étudiants et nos collègues. Je sais que les débats seront riches, ça a toujours été le cas dans les éditions précédentes. Donc je vous remercie véritablement. Et puis, je ne vais pas être tellement plus long, je voudrais simplement remercier très chaleureusement nos partenaires du cercle Dauphine numérique qui nous accompagnent depuis le début de cette aventure dans le développement, que ce soit du point de vue de la pédagogie comme de la recherche, de l'IA à la croisée des SHS. Et donc, il faut que je le nomme évidemment, la Banque du Territoire, la CGI, Orange, Grande Thornton et puis Murex qui vient de nous rejoindre. Et puis, je tiens également à remercier la French Tech Grand Paris, ainsi qu'Uzbek et Erika, qui sont nos partenaires sur cet événement et qui sont des partenaires très importants. Et dernier mot, un énorme remerciement à Stéphanie Sanlis, que je vois ici, qui s'occupe de Dauphine numérique tout au long de l'année, de manière absolument parfaite. Voilà. Je pense qu'il faut le dire comme ça. Et puis évidemment, un grand merci à Valérie Bouba, qui est là-bas, vous voyez, la communication, qui prend des photos, et à toutes ces équipes qui nous accompagnent dans cet événement. Voilà, merci beaucoup et je vous souhaite de très bons débats et journées et échanges. Merci beaucoup.
Bonjour. Je suis plus petite, moi. Bonjour à tous. J'ai plus grand-chose à dire. Donc, Bruno a à peu près tout dit. Donc, je ne vais pas vous tenir longtemps. Donc, moi, je suis Isabelle Rill, je suis la responsable de PRAIRIE, qui est devenue PRAIRIE PSCI. Je vais en redire 2 mots. Et je suis ravie aussi d'être là pour la 3e année consécutive de cette aventure qui, j'espère, connaîtra encore de nombreuses éditions. Parce que c'est important d'avoir des terrains comme ça où les différentes disciplines peuvent se rencontrer. Et donc, je suis très heureuse, effectivement, de vous dire que cette année, nous lançons alors, officiellement le 1er octobre, même si ce n'est pas encore tout à fait fait, une nouvelle vague, un nouvel épisode de l'aventure, puisque notre projet PRAIRIE, qui était un 3IA, l'Institut interdisciplinaire d'intelligence artificielle, est lauréat de l'appel à cluster, et que nous avons confirmation de la signature il y a 15 jours. Donc nous sommes lauréats pour les 5 ans à venir de 75 millions d'euros, donc c'est pas rien, et qui vont nous permettre de continuer à développer les volets recherche, mais aussi d'aller beaucoup plus loin que ça. C'est-à-dire qu'on va passer de recherches qui étaient, même si elles étaient interdisciplinaires, assez axées, on va dire, plutôt sur les sciences dures, à des volets maintenant qui englobent toutes les disciplines qui ont été citées, droit, philosophie, histoire, et même dans les sciences dures, d'autres élargissements vers la science des matériaux ou la chimie qu'on ne couvrait pas avant, pour vraiment considérer ce qu'on appelle maintenant AI for the Science, c'est-à-dire l'impact qu'a l'IA sur la découverte scientifique dans toutes les disciplines. Ce n'est pas juste un outil comme un tableur Excel, ça change vraiment les pratiques. Ça permet donc de changer beaucoup de choses et du coup, il faut aussi s'intéresser à la manière dont ça impacte la science, la société, la vie commune, la vie des citoyens. Et donc, ça nécessite de joindre toutes ces disciplines qui sont présentes aujourd'hui. On a, comme l'a signalé Bruno aussi, un fort élargissement vers les autres activités d'université normale, c'est-à-dire pas juste la recherche, mais aussi pleinement les activités de formation et puis d'innovation, avec à la fois les aspects qu'on avait déjà. On a énormément de partenaires industriels, je ne vais pas tous les citer là, puisqu'on en a maintenant un peu plus d'une quarantaine, et puis des actions de formation qui vont, comme l'a dit Bruno, de l'année juste après le bac jusqu'au post-doctorat, pour les spécialistes, les non-spécialistes, et on met aussi beaucoup d'intérêt à permettre de reformer, de faire de la formation continue pour les personnes justement qui sont en emploi aujourd'hui et qui voient l'IA arriver dans leur métier, qui ont besoin de se reformer. Donc tout ça, ça fait un très beau projet dont nous sommes très contents de voir le lancement et cette nouvelle phase. PSL, évidemment, au cœur du projet, et Dauphine parmi les établissements de PSL. Et donc c'est dans ce cadre que les Dauphine Digital Days reflètent tout à fait cette complémentarité des disciplines et des différents impacts de l'IA sur la société. Voilà, merci beaucoup. Et puis moi aussi, je vous souhaite une très bonne conférence.
Eh bien, nous allons maintenant passer à l'anglais. Donc, merci beaucoup, Bruno, merci Isabelle pour ces mots d'accueil. So the Dauphine Digital Days are organized on the basis of a kind of distributed organization, asking some of the members of the Dauphine community to build a half-day conference. And the Governance and Regulation Chair decided this year to organize our meeting around the question of the implementation of the EU legislations. As you all know, I'm sure, one of the outcome of the von der Leyen #1 Commission is a wide set of legislation on digital regulation with a lot of different legislation. We have the DMA, the DSA, etc., etc. I won't present all those legislation. They are all specific and targeting different issues. They raise different implementation challenges. But in the same time, the Commission and the Parliament and the Member States, in fact, decided to implement or to rely on a common principle of implementation for those texts, which is basically to have a kind of distributed implementation, sharing the responsibility to implement and to oversight the behavior of both digital service provider or digital technology provider and digital technology users, so everybody, including you in this room, to oversight their behaviors by relying on most of the existing national regulatory authorities, which raise a significant number of issues, typically because, of course, one of the reason why you have this decision that was made is that we have a lot of regulatory authorities. Some former Italian minister will say that we have maybe too much regulatory authorities in Europe. So we have also the principle by which the union is built on this principle of relying on the existing capabilities of states, of member states. But of course, this raises an issue because all those authorities have to coordinate among themselves within countries, across countries. They might have different status, different authorities, different mandate, different capabilities. So this is one of the challenges. How do those authorities can cooperate together? They also have to cooperate in a sense with the European Commission. And of course, alternative organization could have been imagined. Of course, we are in the process of learning by doing, and for sure, there will be, during the von der Leyen #2 mandate commission, probably reorganization of this framework. And even if it's a bit early to make an ex-post assessment of the implementation challenges, we can already see some of the challenges that are faced by the existing authorities, by the national government, the Commission, etc., in the implementation of those legislation. And this is exactly what we will discuss this afternoon. We organize the talk, the conference in 3 panels. But of course, in fact, we could have organized the 3 panels in different ways. And so this is why we have all the participants to those 3 panels around the table. Each panel is organized with a first introduction by 4 speakers, but the other member of the panel could, of course, raise issues, questions, comments after each by the end of each panel, and we'll have also a coffee break and the other panels to discuss. And I'm sure this is not the last conference on the implementation of those legislation. So I immediately pass the floor to Joelle Toledano, who will moderate the first panel. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. And so we are in charge of implementation. And just maybe repeating some wording of Eric, but not completely. EU digital regulations are a big deal. And the government debates is of considerable importance. As we all know, EU enacts an extensive body of digital legislation. Eric put the names, so DMA, DSA, DGA, DA. However, they are numerous, conceived independently of each other, with maybe known as debate on enforcement, and present a dual challenge, practical issues pertaining to implementation and governance, which give rise to economic and political concerns. In somewhat caricatured presentation, the Draghi report told us, states, the EU now has around 100 tech-focused laws and over 2,070 regulators active in digital networks across all member states. One of the key areas of focus of the report is the impact of this text on the growth of European SMEs. It's an important issue, and before Draghi report, significant numbers of commentators, as scholars, as well as stakeholders have called for a debate on the implementation of the EU digital regulation. Clearly, there is a lack of consistency between the text and a considerable degree of uncertainty regarding their future application. The current regulatory framework is characterized by a high degree of fragmentation, Eric told the same, and a multitude of regulators. While some regulations are applicable for all, there is a growing necessity for a more differentiated regulatory approach, specifically targeting the largest company. Additionally, the competitive landscape remains largely unchanged with a lack of new market entrants. But one of the things we need to avoid is throwing the baby out of the bathwater. Better regulation is not no regulation, and it is evident that no changes have been made. It is evident that there is a need for implementing digital regulations, which serves both major political and economic purposes. We need to unlock digital markets, not just those of today, but those being prepared by some actors for tomorrow. Everybody understand that I am speaking about AI. We need multiple European big tech, and we need to act on it. We need to protect ourselves from cyber risks. We need to deal with illegal and harmful content and better protect our children. We need to drive value creation by using and sharing data. And I could maybe have other and very important things. So for all that, we have the pleasure, great pleasure, of having speakers with a wide range of skills and interests. And I am sure they will be all equally effective in highlighting the different facets of the implementation challenge. So for that, the first speaker will be Andreas Schwab, member of the European Parliament, one of the most prominent figures of the Parliament regarding digital issues and digital markets. He played a pivotal role in the DMA vote, and I understand this won't change with the new mandate. So, Andreas, the floor is yours.
Merci, Joelle, pour cette introduction très gentille. Et comme vous avez voulu qu'on passe à l'anglais, c'est aussi un plaisir de le faire, mais je tiens à dire à tous ceux qui sont là aujourd'hui, les choses dont on parle, c'est des choses qui se font en temps réel. Ce n'est pas quelque chose qu'il faut étudier. Il faut s'approcher de ces choses avec un cerveau indépendant et sur base des valeurs européennes. Et à la fin, ce n'est pas tellement important si vous êtes français ou allemand ou autre. si vous avez les mêmes valeurs, vous allez trouver plus ou moins les mêmes solutions. Comme ça, merci pour cette invitation. Et je dois vous avouer, c'est pour ça que je parle en français au début, que j'ai vécu dans ce quartier il y a une vingtaine d'années. Et donc, ça m'a fait beaucoup plaisir que j'ai pu revenir aujourd'hui. Now, this conference is a bit about the outlook, where these legislations that you have been referring to will create, let's say, challenges, troubles, or burdens. I'm sure that lots of colleagues that are here today, and I'm very pleased that you share with me this, this table ronde, this round table, will go deeper. So I will try to give you a bit of a political insight. Within 10 minutes, it's a challenge, but I will try my best. First, there is no doubt that this digital legislation is a large field with several elements where probably another layer will come on top in the next year, where we want to give a special element of protection to all risks of getting dependent, and where we especially want to protect young people with the Digital Fairness Act. But all these laws have one thing in common, and it's the fact that they take away responsibilities from the member states. And now, if you are here in the 16e arrondissement in Paris, you know that plenty of your neighbors, they will tell you, well, Brussels is taking away too much of our competences and of our sovereignty. That's not good. But what is the alternative? The alternative is that in this arrondissement, every day you will lose a bit of more wealth and more money because you cannot defend it from here. If you don't partner with all the other Europeans, you are just unable to defend the high level of wealth and this rich infrastructure, these nice houses that you have here. So there is only one solution. We have to do it together. But this is a rational approach to things and not an emotional one. And I know that here around also this university, there are plenty of people running around explaining to you that France would be better alone. And it's not only and unique to Paris. It's exactly the same in the area of Berlin, or not in Stuttgart, where we are coming from, in a region in the south of Germany, but it's in all member states a bit the same. But the only solution to fix this is to do it together. And if you understand in the public debate that there is resistance against European legislation, for sure sometimes it's also bureaucracy, as Mr. Draghi has pointed out. But the starting point is that people that have been deciding so far, they don't decide anymore. And there is nothing to be hidden there. This is for sure a challenge. These people are very sad, and we should also consider their sadness, but it cannot help us to see where we have to go to the future. So this full harmonization approach has been of utmost importance in the area of digital markets. But there it was easier because we have already 101 and 102 of the EU Treaty, which gives the European Commission the power to intervene. And therefore, we had to fix the key problems of the existing European legislation, which was an ex post assessment, which took far too much time, and which has created a struggling situation for the European Commission to implement existing policy cases. The last case that we have been seeing is probably one of the last cases that we have been seeing is probably the decision of the European Commission last week against Meta, where they have indicted the company with round about 800 million euros of fine for the misuse or for the misusing combination of data. And this was a case again on 102 of the treaty, but most likely before Christmas we will see for the first time a Digital Markets Act enforcement case. Most likely it's only in the hands of the European Commission. But there are two cases that are awaited, which is one on Google and one on Apple. And now, coming a bit to the change in legislation and in application. With the Digital Markets Act, we have been concretely putting together the rules that were already existing under 101 and 102 of the Treaty of the European Union, but we have given it an ex-ante ruling, an ex-ante nature, so that companies have, if the size is big enough, and it's only 6, 7, 8 companies soon that will have to apply it, that they know exactly what fair competition means in Europe. And this is for sure a change which is of deep nature, because these companies will be responsible for their behavior from day one of the application of this law, which has been starting in March of this year, and which was a fact that they wanted to go against in courts at the very beginning. But the law was prevailing. The courts have confirmed that they have to apply. Now, and I'm sure that my colleagues will go better and deeper into this, but what does it mean now applying the Digital Markets Act? It doesn't mean that we know from now on what it means, because it's an open concept. There can be several ways to comply with the law. Even if it's applicable from day one, so already since March, it's unclear what it means concretely to apply Article 5.4, Article 5.2. There are several ways to do it, and in the end, the court will have to decide if a company respects the law or if not. And this is for sure now a big challenge for the European Commission, because in a structural format which is not foreseen so far, they are exchanging with gatekeepers also by email, also in talks, on how to understand the application and on how to apply the law. There is already a first decision, a preliminary finding that they do not respect, as they should, the European competition law principles under the DMA, which has been done in the summer, and these preliminary findings will be confirmed most likely before Christmas. But still, the European Commission needs huge numbers of resources, and therefore it's also important that you start now to think about what you could do there when following these courses in university. How to impose the law, how to make it applicable, and how to make sure that the positive effects on businesses, and by the way, not only European businesses, can be achieved. And there is not any schedule, there is not any framework. It has to be done sitting at the office in the morning and reflecting what can be done. And this is a very big challenge, and we know that the European Commission is missing the resources and is also missing the manpower to do that in the same way as the digital gatekeepers can do so. And now those that are familiar with digital, they will say, well, it's a bit the same as with cars. You understand very well how it's done. But I would say for most of those that start to be interested in these topics, it's a big difference. Because in the cars, you saw that there is this metal element, and there is this plastical element, and there it's put together like this. But in digital, you don't see this. You have to have already quite a deep understanding about how these data, how your data are put together, and how they are used to create money that is normally then generated in the Silicon Valley and not in the 16e anymore. And for that reason, there is a concern to all of us, not because we don't want these wealth to be created in Silicon Valley. If they are better, it seems fine to us. But if it's only because they know how to use and to transfer our data without paying for them to Silicon Valley and to monetize them there, then it's unfair. And this is a very complex question. It's not easy to be answered. Most of you will be in social networks where they give all their data for free to gatekeepers, and now they will complain with these people here around the table that that's not fair, but well, you should start first yourself. Why do you give out your data for free to companies? Why should you not monetize them yourself? This is a question that in Europe hasn't given a thought enough so far, and there are other questions as well. But what I want to say at that stage, Joelle, and then I will already finish, it's a real political question, because when we started in 2014, and there is a very nice documentation also on YouTube by a French journalist that you can watch if you're interested in this, no one really was believing that we are able to deliver on this. And Europe was by far the first continent to be able to deliver on this, and we now for sure expect that the implementation of the Digital Markets Act will bring all this what we have been expecting. It's not more and it's not less. It's just the application of fairness in markets where there might be a winner once and might be a loser, but on principles that are common to the world and not only to a few companies in one place. With that, thank you so much for your invitation.
Thank you very much. I am sure you will have some questions, but let's say after. So now we will go more or less, say, on a concrete case, the case of GSA. And we have the pleasure to have, oh, excuse me if my pronunciation is not good, Richard Kaushal. Okay, thank you. So, Richard is a postdoc at Institute of Data Science in Department of Advanced Computer Science. And he prepared with some others, he will explain it for us, a very interesting paper concerning implementation of DSA via the analysis of the transparency database. So after general purpose, go to concrete case. Tu dois lui donner ça. No, the other, it's not yours. So maybe you have to pass the difference because... Voilà, c'est bon. Ah, pardon.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Rishabh. I'm a postdoc at Maastricht University. Before I start presenting, I have a very difficult situation, which I want to, so I'm a computer science by training. I'm from India. I landed in Europe a year back to do my research as a postdoctoral. And I am working on a European law from a computer science perspective. But I'm lucky to have a lot of my colleagues who helped me understand the big puzzle. And you are talking about there are too many, there are a lot of laws in Europe. So it's quite an overwhelming experience. But with the help of my colleagues, we were able to do this. We believe that the Digital Services Act in particular is a landmark legislation, and it's a law which tries to move towards, I may say, a dream of automated transparency. Transparency itself is very challenging. To have different stakeholders, there are a lot of tussles that go between different stakeholders, but to achieve it in an automated manner is a very, very ambitious target which has been set. So a bit of a case about the Digital Services Act. We are specifically looking at, in this work, we specifically looked at Article 17 and 24, Clause 5, which mandates very large online social media platforms and other platforms as well to submit their moderation decisions. Like we all have accounts on social media, and we make make some post which may be violating the terms of service of that platform. That's what the platform feels it, and then the platform tells or removes our content. And if the platform removes the content, the platform is required to submit the reason why the content is removed. And it has to submit that not just to the affected user, but also now to a DSA transparency database, which is maintained by the European Commission. And this is a typical example of a statement of reason, which is being submitted now as per the DSA Act by the platforms to the DSA database. And for instance, this is one example of the platform Snapchat, which has submitted content, and it has provided reason that it's a pornographic content, what is the type of the content, what are the facts and circumstances relied to take this decision, and so on and so forth. So this is one single entry or record which has gone into the database. And like that, when we did this study 1 year back, there were already 533 million records which were in the database. As we speak, the platforms have an API, and they continuously keep submitting their statement of reasons to the database. But as we speak now, this has grown to 9 billion entries. It's a huge database. And I mean, what we looked at in our work was a snapshot, a sample of this database of 1 week, which is 131 million SORs. And the dates, I was just checking the slides, the dates exactly coincide, so it's exactly a year back for 1 week's data. And our aim was to understand to what extent the transparency database reflect the conditions of Article 17, and what are the compliance issues of the content moderation practices reflected by the platforms. So we found that by and large, the regulator, in this case the European Commission, they have provided and covered all of the provisions of the Act. And most of the provisions are there, except we could not find a redressal aspect. So there is Article 17(3)(f), which says that there needs to be a possibility of redressal. The user should have this option, and those options was not present in the SOR. But then the next question that we looked at, and majorly we looked at this question, is are the platforms really submitting what they are submitting? How are they doing the moderation? Why the content is being moderated? And when they are submitting those SORs? And we found that Google Shopping is submitting the most. And there are other very, very active platforms which are submitting very, very less. We really don't know. Are they not submitting everything? Are they doing what is being done? So it's so I'll talk about it, one of the open issues and open challenge. Then in terms of how they are moderating, interestingly, some platforms like X, we found that most of the content, that almost all the content rather, which they submitted, they have never automated. They have not used any automated means. So they are manually curating and manually making decisions. And one can imagine, how how effectively or how effective could that approach would be. Then in terms of the reasons, what they are saying in terms of the content, most of the platforms are flagging the content on the basis of TOS violations. Maybe they are more comfortable in, because these are the laws, these are the rules that they have created, the platforms have created for themselves, and they are more comfortable in flagging content there. They don't want to flag content as illegal, because the moment they do that, or maybe, I mean, there are other consequences for it. Every member state has its own national laws, and it could interfere, or maybe they don't understand. And the question is, some of those terms of service violations are actually illegal. So then this is a positive thing we observed, that since this DSA transparency database came into existence, it seemed that it pushed platform to moderate content more quickly and submit the content more quickly, because there is this clause that they are required to submit the statement of reasons without undue delay. And I'm learning to understand these nomenclatures of legal aspects. Undue delay, how much is undue delay? We don't know. Is not quantified as such. But we observe that if you see the right graph, you see that the number of delays have reduced. Initially, the delays were in terms of hundreds and even thousands of days. But now it has reduced to 50, 60 days of delay, which is commendable. Then I move to, lastly, to the open questions. And what we have is from this case study. So platforms are submitting varying amount of information. We still don't know whether some of them are under-reporting. we feel that some of them are surely underreporting. What are the mechanisms of auditing what they are doing, what processes are they following, how to audit platforms. Then the DSA Act says clear and specific, but most of the SORs are very short and generic. Like for instance, in that 1 week of data, we see that Facebook is always mentioning this content is not following the 5.3 terms of service, and that's it. No detail, not being very specific why it is flagging that kind of content. Then most platforms label SORs as terms of service violations, but some of them could also fall in illegal category, as what I alluded to earlier. Then platforms submit, after, say, every quarterly, they are required to submit transparency reports. So those are aggregate numbers of how much content they moderate in different categories. So those numbers can be again cross-checked with what they are submitting during that period, for that period, to understand how consistent these two data points. Then balancing privacy versus transparency. So the Act says that no personal data should be revealed, which is fair. But how do you ensure that the things are submitted in a very specific manner, yet they are not privacy leaking, and at the same time it increases transparency? So there is this trade-off. And then a lot of researchers are looking forward to Article 40 of the DSA Act, which is promising to give access of data to the vetted researchers. And a lot of people are very hopeful that it could maybe change the entire landscape if that happens. And we are awaiting. And finally, before I finish this, is like, as I said, so like I'm computer science by training. So in computer science, we are looking at very quantitative metrics of success. No matter what we implement a machine learning model, so we try to see what is the accuracy, what's the precision, what's the recall. Is there a way that we can, different stakeholders are sitting here today, what is going to be the metric of success in terms of, in EU regulation, in terms of its implementation, efficacy, effectiveness? What can we have a metric? Can we give a metric of success? Say 5 years down the line, we say that yes, we were there at step 1 and now we are at step 10 or maybe. So with that, I conclude. Thank you.
With all that questions, we understand why Andreas told us that there are not enough people in the Commission, because it's only one example. Okay, so other way of thinking, other way of seeing the subject. Now we'll have Thomas COURBE, Director General of Enterprise. Tout le monde ici connaît à peu près Thomas, enfin les Français en tout cas, et Thomas is a key figure in the French economic system and in particular in preparing digital laws. He played a major role in the French presidency of the EU, which saw several important texts pass. And he is also currently the French representative on the AI board of the European AI office. So, Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind words, and thank you for inviting me. I will address maybe 2 issues regarding implementation of these EU regulations. First one is the architecture of regulation we are implementing in France, and second, the specific challenges we are facing at EU level for implementation of the AI Act. So on the first question that has been addressed on how to apply all these regulations at national level with a lot of regulators, which is obviously a key efficiency issue, but also a question of speed. And in these regulations, we have made a promise, which was that these regulations would deliver results at a higher speed than previously. So it is another challenge. Roughly speaking, I would say that on the national legislative agenda to implement these regulations, we are on schedule. We have passed the law securing and regulating the digital space in last May, which first has designated the national authorities responsible for all these European regulations for DSA, Digital Governance Act, DMA. We have designated the coordinating national authorities, and in some cases, other authorities will contribute to the work of the principal national authorities that have been designated. By spring next year, we will also designate the authority for the implementation of the Data Act. So, and all this work was not particularly challenging in terms of implementation. Now the most difficult is ahead of us, which is that this new landscape, it was said in introduction, raises three major questions. First one is with this multiplicity of digital authorities, that are acting in very related fields, how will we ensure coherence? How will we avoid that these authorities act in a siloed manner with possible frictions among the areas of authority? And third question, how finally to share a common strategic compass in the implementation of these regulations. For that, in the May 2024 law, we introduced the National Coordination Network for the Regulation of Digital Services. It's true that before that law, already national authorities had the use to dialogue between them, usually on a bilateral manner. What we are introducing here to face all these regulations is to reinforce interregulator cooperation. This network that was, by the way, in 2022, a recommendation of one of the French Supreme Court, Conseil d'État, to build this network. So one of the specificities, if you compare this network we are implementing to the Dutch or the British ones, is that we will obviously, in this network, have all the independent administrative authorities, but also the government bodies that are in charge of creating or negotiating the regulation, which is a specificity. You will have all the digital authorities you know well, but also the Directorate General from the government in charge of enterprise, speaking for myself, but also competition, cybersecurity, culture, for example. And this is made in the spirit to, in this network, associate both the enforcement authorities and the policymaker authorities, so as to have this broader view, broader coordination, of course, but also broader view of our strategic objectives in implementing this cooperation. Obviously, this network will work respecting the independence of all the authorities, and we think we can manage that in this framework. And this network will be in charge of addressing all the cross-cutting issues, for example, information economy and advertising models, security issues and preservation of encryption, interoperability, digital regulators toolbox as some examples, but there are many, many others. And we will start the work of this network in next January. Then second issue, maybe to focus more on the AI Act and the challenges we are facing at European level. I don't come back on the AI Act, the fact that it was the first, the first economic power in the world to effectively regulate AI. There has been a lot of debates before the AI Act was voted on whether it was too soon or not to regulate. I don't come back to that issue, but rather to how to effectively implement the AI Act with, as you know, the French objective, which is to reconcile or have an AI Act that is both delivers protection for health, security, fundamental rights of citizens, but also allows innovation to develop, and both in terms of value creation in Europe, and so that smaller enterprise can develop AI models, can commercialize these AI models, but also for small companies to adopt AI models as easily as possible. And this is this balance we will be trying to respect in the implementation of the AI Act in Europe and in France in particular. And one of the key elements in respecting this compromise between innovation and regulation, and it was a very important point for us in the negotiation, was that the AI Act is a risk-based approach. It is technology neutral, and it was very, very important to do so. So now one of the main questions today will be in the implementation of the AI Act, and this is mainly today at EU level, which will be to make sure that there is sufficient clarity, transparency, previsibility in the way the AI Act will be implemented, so that companies can adapt with sufficient time to do so. As you know, the AI Act has entered into force on the 1st of August, but the implementation of the obligations embedded in the AI Act will come progressively in the next 3 years. And one of the first act will be the list of prohibition of use as it is planned in the AI Act, and it will be delivered on February the 2nd. And to give this previsibility, this capacity for all economic actors to understand and implement at their level their obligations, we feel it is necessary to have both a set of guidelines, delegated act from the Commission that will, as I mentioned, list the prohibited use of AI, that will list the definition of will give the definition of AI systems, will explain how to articulate AI Act and sectoral regulations, for example, for medical devices, or the list of AI systems that are considered at high risk. This is the first elements that will allow sound implementation of the AI Act. And the second will be the adoption of harmonized standards that will facilitate the implementation, and that both for companies that will have a clearer view of whether they are concerned, how they are concerned by the AI Act, but also for the regulating authorities that will use these standards also for the implementation of the AI Act. As a European government, the AI board will supervise this process, and it is already supervising this process. All these documents are being drafted. The code of practice, which is also a very important element to be used for implementation of the AI Act, is currently being drafted. The sufficiently detailed summary to manage copyright issues will also soon be delivered. So by next spring, next April, all these documents will have been drafted, consulted, and then published, so that all economic actors can use them to clearly define how they should apply the AI Act. And this is for us a very key element of success of the implementation of the AI Act. And maybe one last word on that I mentioned as an introduction, which is that in the meantime, Europe should also focus, and we are working on that, on how to help companies innovate in all the the value chain of the AI. So first on, as you know, we have a European industrial policy on chips for AI. We are working at European and national level on how to use high-performance computing capacities to help European startups train models. We are working also on how to accelerate the use, the adoption of AI models, AI services by all companies, including the smaller one. And for that, we know that Europe is lagging behind other continents. So there is some emergency in accelerating this adoption. And all that to mention that we want to move on the two elements, the two pillars as in parallel, so as to find this compromise between innovation and regulation I was mentioning in my introduction. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Thomas. And last but not least, for the first round table, Jens Prüfer. Is it a good Prüfer? Yeah. Okay. Prüfer. Jens. Oh. Oof. So, Directeur, Tilburg Law and Economic Center, Professor in Economics, School of Economics, University of East Anglia, and okay. It's in fact, Jens is involved in digital issues for many, many years, and you have now also a new project for the future, but he will present all the framework rapidly. And the last intervention, the floor is yours, Jens.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thanks, Eric, Joelle, and organizers making this happen. It's a great floor. Actually, before I start, and these are some very personal remarks, as you see here, which just means I have no clue how I should structure it. But I would like to underline one thing that Andreas Schwab just said, and which just connects to what Thomas COURBE said, and that is Europe is not very good in producing high-tech firms, in particular AI firms. And because we are not very good in the production side, we have to get regulation right. It may be that regulation in combination with the Brussels effect, that the world is looking at Europe to be the first one, this may be that there is the major line of influence that this continent can have on the future of tech development, including AI development. So, and this is why we just need to get this right, and this is why today is important. First thing. Let me structure it as far as I can into looking into the past, present, and future. The past is very simple. I've been in this realm research-wise for the past 15 years, and contributed to the theories underlining a little bit today's, in particular, Digital Markets Act, in the sense that we structured what is special about data-driven markets. The answer is they will always tip, they will always monopolize. The question was, is this a problem? Yes, it is a problem. Why is it a problem? Because the theory, the incentives to innovate are very low once a market has been tipping, and that's negative for consumers. And so what should we do about it? And now we're slowly getting towards the implementation challenges. We should, one of the things we should do in data-driven markets is to mandate data sharing. And so this is what we already suggested in 2012, and I'm super happy that right now we have it in the Digital Markets Act. I could talk more about the rest of the paper cited here. The good part about research is you can read it for yourself if you're interested, and if not, you can just skip it. The final paper is actually an implementation paper. So together with my legal colleague Inge Graaf, we suggested already 3 years ago how how mandatory data sharing could and should be implemented in practice in the law. But again, because it's already published, I will not torture you with this, but rather go one step forward. And this is last week I had the privilege of having a very nice conversation with DuckDuckGo, a small search engine. And they were just telling us that Google right now, which is a gatekeeper under Article, under Article 6 of the DMA, and under Article 611, kind of has the obligation to share their data with other competitors. Kind of that Google made a proposal, kind of how to share the data. And of course, these data have to be shared, protecting the anonymity and privacy of users. And therefore, they want to take away kind of quite a lot of data and effectively only share 1% of the data about users that they have, kind of based on the reason that it would be for privacy protection. Now, DuckDuckGo claims they have found a different methodology by which you would only need to take away 5% of the relevant data, and you could share 95%, which would be pretty good for competition in this market, right? So I have no clue which one of them is right, but I think that we should study this, and now starting from the Commission, but also researchers should study these various kind of proposals, which are implementation proposals, right? In order to get a neutral, independent view of what is necessary and what is possible here. Let me sketch 7 challenges for enforcement. I see more general, and I sketch these 7 because I will connect them to something we will be doing. I guess the first major challenge to implement digital laws is the speed and the dynamism of technology development, right? The problem is, because these are high-tech markets, no rule in the world can ever be as quick as the tech development. That is a problem. Let's think about it, difficult to solve. Second challenge, we have information asymmetries all over the place. We have them between large providers of data and small providers of data. For instance, large providers know much more about users than small providers. This is a problem. But similarly, we have huge information asymmetries between providers and users, which creates problems also in the implementation. Public ordering is not always optimal. What does that mean? I mean, we are talking about digital regulation in Europe, but digital regulation means the European Union came along and and implemented new laws. We know, however, that a new law is not always the best way of changing behavior. There are alternatives. We call that economic governance. And private ordering is also kind of existing. And it is important to study in detail for which case, which kind of ordering and which kind of solution. Should we have a new law? Should we have social media shitstorms? Should we have something else, right? So that's which type of enforcement institution can affect people's compliance in the best way. Open question. Fourth challenge, most of the current regulations are horizontal. This means they're kind of one regulation for all markets, for all digital markets, under certain characteristics. However, what we need is to go a little bit deeper. I mean, this is in particular for the researchers and later on then for the policymakers and lawmakers, in order to start with case studies and to understand better what are the characteristics that distinguish this digital market from that digital market, and then act accordingly. Fifth challenge, this is something that rings a big bell with respect to also the political development of the past 10 years, and Trump is only one facet of it. Tech regulation is driven by an international educated elite, look around you, but it risks leaving users and citizens behind. And as soon as users or citizens feel being left behind, then we do have a problem. Right? And so the way of communicating about this must maybe adapt, at least take into consideration that we have different views on the same matter here. Sixth challenge, because digital ecosystems are fundamentally global, we need to cooperate globally, and importantly also across diverse political systems, which means we also need to understand completely different systems, and that includes very much China and Russia. Right? And so only if we understand them well, we can cooperate where we need to in a better way, and this will help the cause in the end, even if it is painful in the short term. Seventh challenge, we need a long-term view. So the question is not only what happens today and where are we with tech today, but we need to have, and this is for the researchers in the room, so we need to have something in the drawer that shows us where could tech development be in 10 or 20 years, and where the main problems there, where might be the main problems be then, and and just be prepared. This is in particular in the realm of AI, this is too important. Now, I told you what the main challenges are. Let's try to give some preliminary answers. So we have the privilege of running a big Horizon Europe research project, which will start in January and run for 3 years. It's called Using AI to Support Regulators and Policymakers, and for short, AI for Pol. And the approach is exactly the one. Europe needs to get regulation right. The European Commission and other enforcers do not have enough personnel as compared to big tech firms. Consequently, we need to help them with technology. We also need to develop AI tools to support them. And so here, this is this is led by the Tilburg Law and Economics Center, but we also have the Technical University of Munich, the University of East Anglia, Visionary Analytics, which is a fantastic consulting firm from Lithuania, Center Data, which is a non-profit research institute in the Netherlands, and Sapienza University of Rome. And we will be working together in 4 large work packages. And each, oh boy, this can nobody read. So in each of these work packages can be linked to each of the 7, I have at least one work package that can be linked to each of the 7 challenges laid out on the previous slide. Let me just sketch them. I mean, this is all future, right? I'm just claiming stuff, I don't have proof. So the first work package is called making the future-proofing of the governance of and by AI. So this is all about artificial intelligence. And so this is a mainly legal work package addressing enforcement challenges 1 and 2. What was that? Speed and dynamic and the information asymmetries. So we will study the regulations, how to improve the regulations, and then regarding the speed pattern, in particular, how we can use AI technologies, helping the regulators and helping the policymakers to be much more on par with tech firms than they are today. We will only be able to close the gap a little bit, but better is nothing than nothing. We have a work package here, which is called Trustworthy AI for the financial services industry. So this delves deep into one industry, financial services, which is currently being transformed like hell by AI. There are things like robo-advisors, algorithmic trading, and what have you. And consequently also so we need completely new theories of harm. That's law and economics and finance people who have to study this. And then in turn, we have to develop the appropriate tools, or at least sketch appropriate tools, what financial regulators could do with it in order to prevent that we have a financial crisis 2.0, right? Third thing, and this is mainly done in Munich, there's a work package on the AI-enhanced understanding and citizen feedback for the informed regulation of digital services. This is super interesting because these folks in Munich will be developing a large language model which will help us users to understand, for instance, pop-up windows that we see on websites and that say, hey, here are the terms and conditions. Do you want to accept? And you, of course, you click yes, or you click whatever you click because you have no clue what is inside. And what this large language model will do is it will summarize for you in very simple words, in a nutshell, what on earth you are signing up to. And at the same time, they will develop a browser plugin, and the browser plugin will collect information how you interact with this LLM and feed that back to the regulator. So in the end, we as users will be better informed about what we are signing, and the regulators will know where the major problems are. Finally, there will be a work package, and this is very much the long-term view, on artificial intelligence in autocratic countries. So we will study the institutional and organizational environment, how AI is developed, in particular in China. You may know or not that China is world-leading in some facets of AI development, farther than the United States. And we will also study Russia here, and based on that, develop a so-called AI threat index, where we will try to to quantify the risks stemming from AI development in those countries which operate under very different checks and balances and different political systems for Europe in the end. Okay, and the final, so this addresses challenges 6 to 7, and to conclude, there was one challenge I left out, which is not dealt with in the project. That's the one about public and private ordering. I just have a very recent paper called Economic Governance and Institutional Design, which suggests how to identify effective and efficient institutions for any implementation challenge, including digital ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before giving the floor to everybody, I have personally a question for Andreas. Do you think, concerning the subject of the debate today, that the Parliament the new Parliament will be involved in discussion concerning the implementation challenge, or do you think it's only the Commission first that have to show how the things work and also the justice? Okay.
I mean, the question on how lawmakers can participate in the implementation depends a bit on how obvious application looks like. I think for the application of the cases that are underway for that moment, it's very difficult for us to make an impact. And it would also be dangerous if we are giving too superficial comments on what the Commission is doing. We will for sure be pushing them. We have again set up this working group on DMA enforcement and on DSA enforcement. There is also that working group on AI. But it's a very slippery slope. On the one side, you want to have up-to-date information. You want to see the full picture. On the other side, you also see that the Commission can implement these decisions only as an executive board. And as much as they like us to support them, they also want to keep their independence. And like in the French parliament with the French government, they want us to follow them, but they don't want us to supervise too strongly. So we have to have a bit our own teams, our own knowledge and insights. At the same time, we have to respect that they are the executive and that they decide in their own name. And I think we will try our best, but it will shift more to the Commission in the next 5 years.
Okay, we have now just, let's say, 12 minutes. So I think that everybody can now ask questions. Alexandre?
Will have thank you. You say the Commission will have a more important role, and that's clear. At the same time, the Commission wants to become more and more geopolitical. At the same time, we know that the new Trump administration may not be aligned on what we have done, and clearly will be less aligned than the Biden administration. So how do you think, you at the Parliament and maybe the Commission, but I will have the same question for Antoine later, how you can reconcile, on the one hand, this needed for independence, on the other hand, this willingness to become more geopolitical in the form of the Commission, and those tensions with the US. So how do you see that unfolding in the next 5 years?
Yeah, I mean, it's very early days, and I don't speculate now about a change in the European Commission on how to apply this. I would say that the law is quite clear. In every respect, you can adapt and interpret the law a bit, but it doesn't change that much. So I don't see, honestly, any change of approach in relation to how the European Commission can apply the law. And there are also the national competition authorities that will give some sort of advice and oversight, have some oversight. What we observe for sure is that there might be, not only in the countries that Jens was referring to, in China and Russia, but also in the US, a shift to another approach. And that can have implications on how we have to continue to apply our European rules that are based on our values. But I don't see that much of a change depending of one commissioner to another. I think it's a question of resources and of a question of common sense and the law. And apart from the first element, the two other elements are there. So I would say we should be motivated and engaged, but not concerned.
Thomas, is it your?
No, I fully share Andreas' view, and I think the law will have to apply. Maybe one area where it will be even more difficult is the international coordination. For example, for AI, we have this J7 Hiroshima process in which we have, I think, made good progress in trying to have a more international view on how to regulate AI. And maybe this part will be even more difficult to implement, and there will be maybe another challenge, which I would say, I hope, is not so much on implementing EU law, which we have to do, but making sure that there is no regulatory disadvantage for operators in EU versus the rest of the world. So I think it may more be a question of level playing field than implementing EU law.
Do we have other questions? I'm sure. Où ça? Je vois pas. Oui, pardon.
Hello, I've taken part in a bright initiative.
Can you introduce yourself?
Sorry?
Can you?
Yes, Axel Penaud, I'm just a visitor here and happy to share a moment with you on these Dauphine Digital Days. Congratulations for this initiative. My point here was rather, I've shared with Thomas COURBE an initiative that DGE has organized around the France Tourisme Tech, which was an initiative gathering the future unicorns in tourism and organizing a collective approach of the research and development teams of big companies with startups in order to help them, to help each other. What I like in the approach is the way everything was done in order to encourage business. And everything I hear in these regulations is we spend so much energy and time on regulations instead of encouragement of the initiatives. Whereas at the same moment, we'll see the US trying to deregulate and liberate the energies. So why don't you give 90% of your time and effort and energy on allowing the entrepreneurs to build up their companies and create wealth for Europe, for instance, instead of putting 90% of the efforts on the regulations? I would love to see more about how we encourage business and how we spend only 5% on the efforts on regulating where there are excesses, when we see that there are issues.
I am not in charge of the answer. I could have done it, and maybe the opposition is not so clear that some, for example, Americans want to say, but it's the Andreas.
I think we can be very short. I mean, your point of view is a very public perception, and it's excellent that you mention it. I think with that regulation that we are talking about, we have been focusing on these 5% where you see the problem. All the other parts we wanted to keep open and enable them to take part in the market. So that's the reason why this 5% that we are talking about today is only being done for only a very few companies. And all the other companies, they don't have anything to do with these regulations. They can just develop. They cannot be bought off the market that quickly anymore because they can grow themselves in the market. They can innovate better and use the data of users and consumers better than ever before. They are strengthened as competitors in the market. So this law, which covers only a very small number of companies, only the biggest companies in the world, is done to exactly allow what you want to ask for, that 95% of the companies can grow faster and better. So in fact, what you want is what we did.
I share Andreas' view, and I think DSA and DMA, for the reasons Andreas mentioned, are the most pro-business regulations we have implemented in Europe for a very long time. So for these two, because we are opening markets for European businesses, which is very important. And second, you're right, and I tried in my intervention to mention the necessary balance between developing business and in particular European actors and regulation. On AI, we have to take into account two elements, which is first, on AI in Europe, there was a very strong societal demand for regulation that we could not take into account. There has been a lot of debate, and probably in Europe, more than in other parts of the world, there was a demand from a lot of stakeholders for regulation, for fear that AI may have a lot of negative effects. So we had to do that also. And another point is that even if you refer to business, I think one of the main elements for adoption of AI by businesses will be trust, and we will need to have trusted solutions. And even for businesses that want to implement AI solutions, I think they will need some form of regulation that the AI Act will bring to trust the solutions, including to trust the solutions in what it implies on a legal basis for them to use them towards their customers. That kind of elements, I think AI Act will bring answers to that.
Jens?
Thank you. I would also like to briefly react. I think what, for instance, the Digital Markets Act does is really saving the market from the monopolists. And so that is something very important. And so we have even in the United States, we have very, very prominent people like Luigi Zingales at Chicago University or so, kind of who are really very core pro-market people. And they favor regulation because kind of right now, if you just leave the markets, because of certain kind of underlying economic effects, kind of these markets will monopolize, which is in the end, and this can be proven and shown, kind of which is not good for users, not good for citizens, and not good for society and markets at all, right? So it's really it is necessary to kind of to put up some guardrails in order to give also younger firms, if at all, the possibility kind of to compete with bigger firms. Of course, it requires much more than just a couple of regulations. But I mean, that's maybe another thing to talk about. The one comment I would like to make is the United States, at least under Biden, has not been the paradise of liberalization, right? So, I mean, we have had Lina Khan at the FTC. We've had Jonathan Kanter. We have had kind of people, very smart academics, being drawn into the government, kind of who have put up, who have strengthened regulation in the U.S. and thereby kind of they have followed to some extent what has happened in Europe, right? I mean, now we do not know what happens under the Trump administration. I guess most of us will expect terrible things, but that's a different thing, I would say. Okay, thank you.
Eric, 2 words.
Okay. No, well, it's true that there is this popular opinion about the thing that deregulation will trigger innovation, etc., etc. But this is not totally true, okay? When markets are monopolized, in fact, you need asymmetric regulation to allow the new entrants to benefit of a nicer environment. And also for any investor in a long-term process of R&D and innovation, you need some stability, and regulation provides stability to the players. And this is exactly the spirit of those regulations. It might not be the outcome of it, but so the question is not deregulate or regulate. The question is, can we better regulate? What is the adequate regulation? And also, when the regulation is voted by the parliament, how can we implement brightly, in a sense, the regulation? This is all about that. And then, of course, there are other issues. Typically in Europe, one of the problems is the funding of innovation. Okay, we do not have this capital risk industry because we do not have those capital markets. It's not because we do not understand, but it's because, in fact, our social security system or pension is a system that is mutualized at the country level and oversight by the government. So you don't have the same type of financial market to fund innovation. And so we both should be addressed, and this is the point.
Okay, it was more than 2. Hubert, is the last question.
Is a question to Jens. We have now the regulation, the 5 acts which are there. Temptation to go for automated compliance is high, but isn't it a wise position to say that we should concentrate on the use of AI to analyze data generated by compliance? Because until and unless we have done that, the use of AI is a little bit erratic.
Absolutely. Very clearly. I mean, so, at this very broad level of the question, kind of, I guess we can only say one thing about AI. I mean, current AI systems are very good at very specific questions, and otherwise they are best if put in combination with human experts, right? So I mean, I've seen many studies on all kinds of domains, starting from medical to predicting judges' decisions and whatever. And usually kind of the combination of having an AI which can interpret certain facts and certain silent factors, that's not too bad. But then put this in front of a human expert and let that human expert decide. At least as of today, this is I guess that maximizes quality.
Thank you very much. We are in time. Okay.
Thank you. Excuse me, Okay, merci. Excuse me, I speak English very bad, and I am late. I want to add a comment for Richard Kochal. I agree with you, but there is a big misunderstanding in law, in Europe law. The first aim for Europe is to protect children, and it's not our aim to protect market. It's our aim for me, mother, and other dad, father, to protect adults and children first. There is a children law convention at Geneva. Don't forget that. Its first aim to protect children in public, in our houses, even in their bedroom. Okay, it's not a problem to protect market or software markets. It's a problem to protect children. We have already law convention at Geneva.
So, sorry, but
excuse me, I want to speak.
Yes, your question.
Our aim is only protect children and adults. It's not protect market. And I want to add comment for Richard Kochal. If India is first age to protect their children, you must go ahead. We have not to wait for Europe.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oui, vas-y.
If I may, so I think we have something like an answer here. Kind of, in order to protect children and other vulnerable citizens, we have the Digital Services Act. That's one law. In order to kind of protect competition on markets, we have the Digital Markets Act. That's a different law. The two do not compete with each other. We have both.
Well, okay, thank you very much. I think we got your point, and there are many legal protection for children, etc. This is the aim of the DSA, but also of many other. Yes, and there are challenges in implementing those regulations as well. So it's all about what we are discussing. So let me propose now to switch to the second panel, and it's my great pleasure to have Chiara Caccinelli chairing this panel, because she's currently the deputy head of the Economic Analysis and Digital Intelligence Unit at ARCEP, the French regulator for electronic communication and post, by the way. And she's also the co-chair of the Digital Market Act group at BEREC, which is the coordination body for electronic communication regulators in Europe. But Chiara was also my deputy when we launched the chair 10 years ago, and I'm very happy to have her here chairing this session. Thank you, Chiara.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Eric, for the introduction. I'm always very happy to be back here. So it's but it doesn't work. Okay. Okay, so thanks a lot. And we mentioned this morning all this new bunch of European, it's okay? all this new bunch of European regulations, so I can't resist the temptation of naming them again because it always sounds very nice. So the DMA, the DSA, the Data Act, the DGA, the AI Act, and so on. And I will add to the list that Joelle mentioned before, also the DFA, that we will have the Digital Fairness Act. So as you see, new challenges, they always bring new regulations. And before in the first panel, we mentioned a bit this fragmentation. And what we want to do now in this panel is to check a bit the concrete implementation of some of these legislations. What we see so far is that these regulations, they are already shaping the behavior of digital players and also the digital ecosystem in general. I'm a bit more positive maybe than some of the interventions this morning about the potential of these regulations. And of course, there are challenges. So the first one is not getting lost in all these abbreviations. And then there are many other challenges. And just to name a few, the first one is really implementing this first regulation for the first time, because you have new rules, you have new actors being regulated, you have these new interactions that have to be created between the regulators and the regulators. We have a new regulator, the European Commission, that before did not have this role of ex-ante regulator. So of course it's also something that it's a bit learning by doing. Then second, we have this coherence that has to be created between the different regulations, both between the new regulations, so between the DMA and the DSA, between the DMA and the Data Act, between the DMA and the consumer protection, and at the same time also with the new regulations and the old regulations, let's say old in quotation marks, because for instance you have in the DMA the interoperability of messaging services, but it's something that we already had in the European Electronic Communications Code. So of course these interactions that have to be created, this coherence which has to be created, and that's also why as telecom regulators, for instance, we are cooperating with the European Commission for the implementation of this obligation in the DMA. And then the third challenge, of course, is governance. It's something that it's the focus also of the conference today. And it's the challenge, of course, of ensuring that you have this cooperation between the different national competent authorities and also the European Commission. So they have to coordinate among themselves, and then they have to coordinate with the European Commission as well. And this is quite challenging because you may think, for instance, in Italy, we have one authority which is regulating both the telecom sector and the audiovisual sector, and then you have the competition authority. So you have these three different scope of interventions, just two authorities. But in France, for instance, you have three authorities for them. You have for telecom, for audiovisual, and then for competition. And then you go to Spain and you have one for all of them. So of course it means that these authorities, sometimes they're not used to cooperating with each other. So they have to learn as well, and sometimes they are not represented in the same European network. So of course it's adding an additional challenge. And then there are all the coordination which needs to be ensured with the European Commission as well. So in this panel, what we will do, we will focus mainly on the DMA and the DSA, but also we will make links with computer protection as well. We have two regulators. So we have Antoine Babinet from the European Commission, from DG Competition, who will mainly focus on the DMA. Then another regulator, so Gabriele Carovano, who's from the Italian Competition Authority, and more with consumer protection view. And then we have two experts coming from the consultancy world, Guillaume Duquesne, and from academia, Oles Andrichuk. So we'll start with the European Commission. So Antoine, the floor is yours.
Does it work? Yeah. Okay, great. Look, I mean, actually, it was great to attend the first panel because, you know, I'm now thinking I didn't even need speaking, so I could have just, you know, taken it from everything you said because I related to a lot of points that were made. So my day-to-day work is to implement the DMAs. So that's clearly what I will talk about, DMA in practice. And I will split between two main topics. The first one is the scope of the DMA. And that's one where I feel that we can already look back a bit and you know, take stock on what I think worked pretty well. Okay, I'm maybe a bit biased, but still. And then compliance with the DMA, which is very much ongoing, and where I can also offer a couple of remarks. When talking about the scope, there were 3 key principles that were embedded in the DMA, in the legislation, and a lot of them were thanks to Andreas, which has an empty chair, but it's too bad because it's really to his credit, because it has worked really well. The first one was that the scope would have to be, he's back. Andreas, I'm just saying how great all this designation mechanism of the DMA is and how we've implemented it in practice. So in these 3 key principles, the first one was that the DMA was a targeted tool. And that goes to a question that was asked over there. The DMA is truly not meant to regulate like the whole digital world and like, you know, any topic that will relate to digital. The DMA is really meant to regulate certain services offered by the largest digital platform in the world. And it can only be like that because it's a very intrusive tool which will basically impose on the services that are regulated a whole bunch of obligations. And they only make sense if they are really targeted to the roots of the issues that the DMA is trying to address. And these issues are the lack of contestability. So it's really about regulating the truly big players with a gatekeeper position to try to make space for the smaller guys. So really a pro-business regulation, as we've heard. And the other objective is to try to tackle some of the unfair practices. So again, this big digital giant that will use their economic power to make it really difficult for businesses with great ideas to just have a piece of the cake and be remunerated fairly for what they do. And just to give you a number, you will not fall within the DMA unless you're a company that has 7.5 billion of turnover in the EU. So you see, I think even our unicorn, they are a long way from there. How did it translate in our practice? We have designated in a first batch 6 companies, the GAFAM and TikTok. I think we will all agree that they are big players. Since then, we've also designated Booking. That's quite fresh. Actually, the deadline for them to comply with the DMA was just a week ago. So that's the current status of the DMA. 7 of the biggest companies in the world. And important also to say that they are not regulated for all their business, because that will also be going too far. They are only regulated for the services that individually meet the quantitative thresholds to be designated. That means that, again, like the DMA is truly a targeted instrument that only comes into play where there is really good reasons to have this kind of action with an ex-ante regulatory tool. And this makes a lot of sense, again, because we're talking about rules that will apply almost without any exceptions. So they will have a huge impact on business models, and they can only be imposed to big players, like abiding by a system that really makes sure that only the ones that should fall within the scope do fall within the scope. This is not to say that, you know, if you're not in scope of the DMA, you're left with nothing to address some very valid concerns in the digital world, but that's where the DMA is just part of a broader system and complete system that also has antitrust, and antitrust still has a role to play, still will play a role in the future, and that role is for practices where we don't have the kind of experience that make us comfortable having it in a DMA-like regulation, where, you know, this practice is basically applied or deemed wrong for any companies, any services that fall in scope. But it's rather a practice where we recognize that there needs to be an assessment. You know, we need to truly look into whether it should be illegal, it should be prohibited, yes or no. And that goes a bit to your point when you were saying that, you know, there needs to be, unless we are already convinced we already did the work, I mean, we need to look deeply into whether we should regulate or not. And I think that's very much present in the DMA. The second point on scope had to do with the process for designation being efficient. And legislators provided us with presumptions, and they've worked quite well. And they just allowed to not reinvent the wheel on topics like, you know, is Google search a gatekeeper? is the Apple App Store a gatekeeper? Without the presumption, we would have to do maybe something a bit antitrust-like, so wonder, are they dominant? What is the relevant market, the market shares, which is, you know, just a boulevard, as we say in French, for lawyers to produce pages of paper, and would have just delayed the moment where we can actually focus on compliance and on just really thinking about solutions and having an impact on the ground. So there, that system has worked quite well and allowed us to quickly move to this phase where we were defining the scope to a phase where we were really trying to find compliance solutions that achieve something for people. The third comment on scope is that the DMA mechanism for designating gatekeeper has also proved very flexible. It allowed to exclude certain false positives, so services that did meet the quantitative thresholds for falling within the Act. When looking at it, you will quickly, or not so quickly, but you will come to the conclusion that they just didn't belong to this regulation. They should just not be regulated and have to abide by these obligations, because that will not serve the objectives of improving contestability and fairness. So in this case, and for many services, we've been able to conclude that these services should not be designated. And that applied to the Samsung operating system, Gmail, Bing, and others, where the conclusion was that they did not belong to the scope of the DMA. For others, we were confronted with submissions saying that, you know, despite meeting the thresholds, they should not be designated. TikTok was an example. But there, we simply didn't agree. Looking at it closely, it was clear that it was an example where the DMA could have an impact on contestability and fairness. This has gone all the way to court in Luxembourg, and that's one where the court confirmed our approach, which was, you know, just good news, because this was all very new, and that sends a strong signal that implementation, when it comes to defining the scope of the DMA, is getting it right. And just the last word on scope to say that we also have instruments to catch the false negatives. So these are services that don't meet the presumption, but yet, when you look into it, when you do a more in-depth assessment, you come to the conclusion that they really belong to this type of services that are in between a large number of end users and can block a large number of business users from accessing their customer base. And that's what we can bridge in terms of enforcement gap through the qualitative procedure. And we did that for the iPadOS, which has now been brought into the scope of the DMA through this type of procedure. This type of procedure will probably be used more in the future. That's a tool that will allow us to, in a targeted way, enlarge the scope of the DMA, and that will make sense when there is truly a use case. I'm not going to go into future-proofing, but the DMA also has a lot of elements that will allow it to adapt to new services gaining traction, and also to add practices to the list of obligation when we are sufficiently convinced that there are structural type of practice that are best addressed by an instrument, regulatory instrument like the DMA. Now moving to compliance. I want to start with, I think, an acknowledgement that the DMA has already allowed for significant benefits, and all of this in a record time. And that's, in a way, the beauty of this instrument, because if you will compare it with antitrust, antitrust will require like several years of investigation before you actually start talking solutions. You know, you actually start talking about impact on the market. There, from the moment where we had designated the 24 services that fall within the DMA, 6 months later, they had a legal obligation to comply with all their obligations. And this compliance, I mean, I can tell you that these 6 months have been very intense, trying to steer the gatekeepers' effort, or sometimes, sadly, non-effort, to comply with their obligations, just to try to get somewhere where we will already have concrete benefits by the 7th of March, which was the deadline for compliance. by these deadlines, we've seen some changes that are pretty groundbreaking. I mean, and you'll see they don't go far enough for sure, but think about the Apple ecosystem. I mean, that's a company that had as its DNA to have a completely closed ecosystem. No one could play on iOS. Apple has made a huge move in terms of their DNA. They have now opened their iOS for competition for the distribution of apps. So you can have alternative app stores on the iOS. Other examples are the choice screens that are now mandated on the Google devices to choose your web browsers or search engine. I mean, this is also telling the users, no, just because you have an Android device does not mean that you just have to go with the whole suite of Google. You can actually, and then you should be presented with a choice of options and realize that there are extremely good web browser alternatives that are just not Chrome. And okay, that's just 2 examples. I could go on and on, but then you'll spend the afternoon with me, and that's not the point. But are we satisfied with compliance? Absolutely not. I think I should immediately say that we have too often seen that compliance is mainly on paper, and once you scratch the surface, you realize that we are far from what is the goal of this team that I'm one of the manager to, which is to ensure like full compliance with all obligations. And that means that we had to follow up very quickly after this compliance deadline with a strong enforcement action. Compliance deadline was on 7 March. On the same month, we started 5 non-compliance investigations against Meta, Apple, Google. There are different stages. They will, at some point, yield results, which will be like way more effective compliance. There may be sanctions. What is behind it is, of course, also very important. It's to establish deterrence, which we need if we want to move to a world where regulatory dialogue will be the real tool that allows us to already make the gatekeepers move. I think regulatory dialogue has already worked quite well and allowed us to achieve benefits on several aspects. The mere fact that we open investigations was an element of deterrence. So what you see are these investigations. What you don't see is all the regulatory dialogue that concerns like hundreds of other topics and where there are things being achieved. There are other topics where honestly we're not happy with how the dialogue is going. Well, they just add to the list of pipeline cases. I don't think we will be bored on DMA for a long while. If we had more resources, we could probably do even more cases. But this is ongoing work. We've been given a lot of instruments, a lot of enforcement instruments. I mean, another one that I can mention is the possibility to specify, and we've just opened specification proceedings where we are not telling a gatekeeper that what they do is non-compliant. We are telling them that we just don't think the way they are complying is the right way to go, and we are telling them that we will be much more prescribing in how they should do it. So we will basically instruct them on how compliance should look like, and that's also really impactful. So that's also a lever that we could use more in the future. Look, I think I could tell you much more, but I won't. Maybe just one final word to say that continuous market feedback is key. If we want to have an impact, we are not going to come up with the good ideas. It will always be the market that will tell us, one, is the solution truly effective, and is what is needed to convert these opportunities into true new businesses, new choice for the end users. That is feedback we need to receive. So I think when you have the opportunity to talk about the DMA, please advocate that people should come to us and tell us how they feel about the rights that they've been given under the DMA and whether these are delivered yes or no. There will be a moment to take stock on the last year of implementation of the DMA beginning of March, because that's the moment where the gatekeepers have to publish compliance reports. And there were already a first iteration of these compliance reports a year ago, Now they will come up with new compliance reports where you will see updates, and that will give you an idea of what we've been up to, because in there, hopefully, you see some improvements. Clearly, there is a long way to go before we reach full compliance. But, we are seeing concrete improvements, so that's where we stand.
Let's see if it works. Thank you very much, Antoine. I think what is really interesting with the DMA is also that they are sometimes complying even to rules that they are not subject to. For instance, we see for Apple, iMessage was not designated as one of the services, but still Apple, after 10 years of fierce fights against rich communication services, RCS, which is a standardized protocol, they just made an announcement that they would integrate it now, while they always refuse to. So it's quite interesting to see how it is actually shaping the behavior of companies, even if they are not actually have to comply. Sure.
I think it's very important what you're saying. It's a big shift for these companies. They've never seen themselves as a regulated company. And even if we do nothing now, as a matter of fact, they know that we are watching them. And they know that we have like a team. Team could be bigger, but we have a team that just is scrutinizing everything they do. And I've heard it from lawyers that told me exactly what you just said. Like they had something, they were disagreeing on the certain point with one of the gatekeeper. And after the DMA, they started writing letter, and the gatekeeper just fixed it because they knew that that issue could come to our ear. And for them, it was sufficiently minor so that they would just go like, we don't want one more item on the list with the regulator, so we'll just fix it. So I think the mere fact that the DMA exists is actually achieving things that we will never see. Just another example is that now when they do new products, they take into account the DMA even before the product is put to the market. So I mean, this we will never put it to the credit of the DMA. We will never know that the DMA actually achieved a product which by design is much more open to competition, but they will just do it. So that's important to also put it to the credit of that regulation.
Thanks a lot. When I asked Apple, they said that this had nothing to do with the DMA, of course. It was just a coincidence in the timing. So we now move to Guillaume Duquesne, who will focus a bit also on the economics of the DMA and other challenges.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I will probably react to what has been just said from, so I'm an economic consultant, so I tend to actually work for those big companies, but sometimes also against. And what I wanted to cover is really what we have seen over the last year on the private sector front in terms of the implementation of the DMA and what we think works well and maybe what can be possibly improved. And I will take like an economic perspective. So we all know that the DMA has been designed to prioritize clarity, speed, administrability, etc. So when you have this type of regulation in place, there is one implication is that you would expect economics to play quite an important role when it comes to, I would say, motivate and inform the design of the rules. But then in the day-to-day implementation, you would expect it to be kind of a straightforward process where you do not indeed reinvent the wheel each time you need to discuss with the Commission in particular, and where there may be less scope for detailed economics. So this is obviously the theory, and then there is a practice, and how indeed in practice when we implement the DMA, whether indeed we can just go through kind of a tick box approach almost, or whether we need to do a bit more than that, and whether we want to do a bit more than that. And in this respect, I will actually mirror the presentation that you just gave by discussing first the designation process that has been taking quite a bit of time last year, and then also discuss compliance. So when we think about it, I think that the designation process, at least the way I figure it, is really something that should be fairly straightforward. At the end of the day, this is a matter of identifying and classifying services that are offered by platforms. So I mean, this is fairly Simple. You look at Google search engine, say, okay, this is a search engine, and BIM, you have your core platform service. And then basically you looked at whether you meet the threshold so as to be designated as a gatekeeper for this specific service. I think that the reality is quite different. In practice, actually, the designation process is way more involved than that, also in terms of the economics. And when we think about it, this is not that surprising. Because as has been mentioned, I mean, the DMA imposed very strong obligation on gatekeeper. So at the end of the day, I mean, the designation process itself has like very strong strategic importance for those gatekeepers. And I see like three main reasons. One is obviously when you have a services, I mean, there is a question as to whether you meet the threshold or not. And in this respect, one sees that, I mean, how you define the services may have an impact as to whether you meet the different threshold, and it may then be very relevant to fight when it comes to the definition. Then, even if one thinks that basically the services will meet the threshold and that it will fall under the DMA, then there are two considerations that the gatekeeper, I mean, have in mind. One is, I mean, the set of obligations that will be imposed on the gatekeeper vis-à-vis third party. So this is, I mean, giving access, offering, I mean, indeed access under front term, etc. So these are kind of obligations on the gatekeeper vis-à-vis third party. But then there are also obligations for the gatekeeper within its own ecosystem. And it has been mentioned, this is also point, notably in terms of combining kind of data, etc. And you can see that when thinking about those issues, gatekeeper may indeed, I think that almost all gatekeepers, if I'm not mistaken, have been arguing you that their advertising services, what is an integrated part of their social network services or their intermediary services. And it may be linked, I mean, there may be also other reasons, but it may be linked to, I mean, the possibility to combine those data. So at the end of the day, we end up in kind of almost a strategic game that is played by the gatekeeper in order to indeed get the most about the DMA. And we have the same type of discussion that we do have in merger control. So in merger control, when I mean, the Commission is reviewing a deal, the party will be thinking very carefully as to how they define the market. And they may try to define it very narrowly in order to evidence the fact that actually the party are not acting in the same market, they are not competing, so there is no issue. Or they may want to define a broad market because yes, they are active in the same market, but they are competing with many other companies. And when we think about designation, this is a bit the same. There may be this idea of trying to define narrow services that would not meet the threshold. And on the other hand, there may also be this temptation to go with actually something broader to the extent we know that we meet the threshold so that we make sure that we maintain some form of ecosystem where we can, I mean, have the data that circulate, for example. So as part of this discussion, the gatekeeper have been put forward some economics reasoning. I don't think it has been given that much weight. And in terms of the economic reasoning, I do see like three main areas where economics has been playing a role, or at least there have been some economics discussed. One is indeed the definition of the service, delineation of the service. The second, I would say, points is really area is about the rebuttal of the quantitative presumption under Article 3.5. And then there is, as has been mentioned, the designation through, I mean, qualitative criteria, so the Article 3.8. When it comes to the first point about, I would say, delimitation, definition of the services, as compared, as has been mentioned, to market definition, where we have like a structured framework and quite some experience into how you would define a market. The DMA do not actually offer room for this type of discussion. Actually, the DMA is quite explicit that it does not want to enter in this type of discussion. And instead of that, I mean, the service is defining based on, I would say, purpose And purpose is not really kind of an economic concept, so this is slightly more difficult to see exactly how it applies in practice. And when we looked at the various decisions, and one sees that these concepts have not been applied uniformly from one decision to the next. And because we do not have like a very rigid and clear framework, sometimes actually we end up with decisions that, at least from the outside, may seem a bit in tension in the way the service has been defined. When you would see, or I was expecting more economics, is probably when it comes to the rebuttal of the quantitative presumption. And I don't think that there are much discussion or controversy as to whether you meet the threshold or not. The question is more, if you meet the threshold, then does it mean that you should fall under the DMA? And there may be a discussion as to looking at the services, what could be the impact on contestability and fairness, which are kind of at the heart of the DMA. And actually, at least in the decision, the view is narrower than that, in the sense that when we apply, or the Commission applied, this and discuss this rebuttal, this is much focused not really on the link between the services and contestability and fairness that are at the heart of the DMA, but this is more about whether the quantitative number that has been compute, whether they are indeed representative of the strength of the service, and I think that the two main arguments that has been kind of taken into account by the Commission, one would be the size of the service compared to other core platform services that has been falling under the DMA, and the second aspect is really to which extent the service benefit from an ecosystem that would shield to some extent from competition. We were discussing about TikTok a few minutes ago, and the fact that the court have been to some extent confirming the approach of the Commission. I think this is true to a certain extent. At least my reading, I'm not a lawyer, so maybe I misread the decision from the court, but I'm not sure that the court side fully with the Commission, in the sense that the court is actually reminding to some extent the Commission that all the evidence needs to be taken into account, both quantitative evidence as well as qualitative evidence that are put forward by the gatekeeper. But where I think that the court is in alignment with the Commission is when it explains that the standard of proof is quite high. So in order to rebut this presumption, one just not say, yes, look, there is multi-homing, there is no locking, etc. There needs to be like a proper reasoning with probably quantitative data to support the economic reasoning in order to demonstrate and to rebut, I would say, the presumption. Maybe just one last point, because I wanted also to react on the compliance process and the compliance report. This is where you would expect quite a lot of economics, in the sense that basically, after all, the idea is there are a certain number of measures that need to be implemented by gatekeepers, and the question is whether they are effective in terms of preserving or enhancing contestability and fairness. And what I found a bit striking is that, at least in the report that has been submitted so far, at least as far as I know, there is very little about that, in the sense that basically this is almost like a list of technical measure to comply with the DMA without really discussing what would be, the impact on contestability and fairness. So from the outside, it may be actually quite difficult to understand to which extent those measures will be effective into achieving the objective of the DMA. And there have been already indeed points about the App Store, the fact that indeed Apple is starting opening its ecosystem, but then there is this question as to whether this is enough. And I think that there have been quite a lot of reaction, strong reaction from various shareholders to explain that actually it may not be in prima facie it looks good, but then we looked into the nitty-gritty detail, it may not actually it's the target. So just to conclude with two words, one is that indeed I think that implementing such big regulation is not easy. I think that there have been quite a lot of very good things that has been done, and as has been mentioned, I think that what will be very important is to maintain and to further enhance this regulatory dialogue to make sure that indeed gatekeeper engage with the Commission and do
indeed propose what is best for, customer, while preserving to some extent their interest.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we move now to Gabriele Carovano, so from the Italian Competition Authority. So we go back to my home country, so to see a bit the challenges at the national level as well.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you, Eric, Joelle, and Chiara for inviting me. I think kind of intervening after this kind of great lineup of speakers, as Antoine was saying before, is kind of challenging because all the clever thing I had to say, I fear have been already said. So I will just try kind of to repackage and reshape them in my own words. And I will try kind of to do this by delivering few simple messages that I hope would be helpful. I will start with one word, which is complexity. All these regulations, if I can kind of zoom out a bit from the DMA and kind of and go back to all the acts we mentioned at the beginning, but there are even others if we want. All of them, they try to deal with very complex things. As soon as you start entering the details of this regulation, you understand what kind of complexity we are dealing with. As Jens was mentioning before, you saw the diversity of opinion, let's say, between Google and DuckDuckGo on how implement Article 611 and the variety, quantity, and quality of data that needs to be shared, and etc. So from this perspective, I think although things can be always improved, I think we need to kind of start from understanding how difficult these challenges are. And here I can relate with Schwab, although I don't have the excuse of being Indian, but even from an European, all these acts, and I felt overwhelmed when studying them. So, and with that in mind, I think it's fair to say that what the Commission is doing is really remarkable. As Antoine said, the DMA entered into force the 6th of March. The DSA just a few weeks before. And, we listened from Antoine all the designation decision, non-designation decision, non-compliance proceedings that have been offered, and specification proceeding. I mean, this is just kind of incredible. So we need to acknowledge that same things have been done from, let's say, under the DSA perspective. And yeah, I look at Irene here. So we need to acknowledge that. And here, I think I can kind of relate with what Andreas said. If we want to deal with these kind of problems, we can't do it here in the CCM. We need to move at the EU level, and we have to do it together, as he said, and kind of the Commission is leading the way. But I guess here now the issue is how do we define this word together, because this word can't mean probably centralizing everything, and because of the complexity I just mentioned, and because of the limited resources Antoine was mentioning before, I think there are valuable reasons to somehow involve the CCM in how things are enforced at the EU level. Here, I mean, here, let's say, is where I would like to start a bit the analysis of these acts, and of course I will try to combine them. I won't enter into the specific detail of any of them, but I don't know if this is the right approach, but personally I'm kind of positing of the direction of where we are going. And the reason is that the legislator, I think, designed this complex regulation in a way that provided some kind of level of discretion for us implementing these acts that somehow allows us to solve this kind of complexity that we need to balance. So my starting point would be that these acts, let's say, each of them has its own main legal interest that they want to protect. We heard with regards to DMA is fairness and contestability. Then we have competition law for competitiveness. Then we have the DSA, which I guess I can say is trustworthy, safe environment with European values. Then we have the GDPR, the acts, I mean, all of them. The issue is that the enforcers called to implement these acts somehow, to put it in engineering words, try to maximize that legal interest. But it can't do this in, let's say, isolated fashion. So it basically needs to trade off this interest with the others. And probably to address this point, if I also kind of read basically the advice that we have been given by the courts, the best way to do this is through cooperation. There may be situations, and kind of I think at Meta Bundeskartellamt case where the Bundeskartellamt was invited to kind of reach out to the data protection regulators. But for example, the way in which this could be done, let's say in one scenario, these different legal interests might not conflict. So in this case, it would be good kind of joining forces to increase deterrence. And kind of to give you an example, a situation could be where achieving the fairness and contestability that the DMA wants to achieve may not pass only through the implementation of the provision of the DMA. Another way to get there would be to empower consumers to make more informed decisions. So here you have a situation where, for example, consumer protection and the DMA enforcement can go hand in hand. And as I said, as long as there is no conflict, I don't see why, let's say, this regulation shouldn't join forces and cooperate on achieving the same goal. The situation becomes a bit more complex when there is actually a conflict, like, for example, ensuring fairness and contestability may, I don't know, end up presenting privacy issues, as we heard before. Although I'm not an economist, my solution would be to try to position ourselves in the Pareto curve, where once we establish kind of a priority, then we kind of cooperate in a way to find a solution that kind of, while achieving the maximum, let's say, the maximum level possible of enforcement under one act, let's say, maximize the other simultaneously for as much as possible. So how are we supposed to do this in practice? I think this is where the challenge arises. Basically, I mean, if we look at these acts, they more or less, what they have in common is that they have a centralized enforcement in the hands of the Commission, and then another part of the enforcement in different way, let's say, is left to national competent authorities. So here at least we have two layers of cooperation that we need. One is horizontal at the EU level, and the other one is horizontal at national level. But this is not enough, because what happens, I think for good reason, the legislator used this big word like national competent authorities. And to go back to Eric's joke at the beginning, probably the reason was because they thought there were already too many authorities there. So what is happening is that they are attributing new power, new competencies to existing authorities. The issue is that at national level, this is not done equally. And on top of this, also the past organization of national enforcement is creating, again, diversity under this perspective. As Chiara mentioned, there is a difference between Italy and France on how, I don't know, telco, competition and consumer protection competencies are established at national level. So the other, let's say, form of cooperation that we need is cross-regulatory cooperation. And this cross-regulatory cooperation shouldn't only move horizontally at national level, as it's happening, for example, in the UK. Probably Alice would say more later, as we heard this morning from before, let's say, from Thomas, is happening in France. But already these can't be taken for granted, because many European countries are not there yet. And secondly, we need cross-regulatory cooperation, not just horizontally at national level, but also vertically across national and European institutions. So, and this is where I think the challenge really exists, and that's why conferences like this one are so important. Because basically, if we want to ensure that, because let's say right now, this cooperation is based on existing network. But this network, like, I don't know, the CPC, the ECN for competition, BEREC, etc., they are based on the past enforcement system, which doesn't reflect what is happening now in the digital space. So we need to probably update the way in which this cooperation occur. But again, I see reason to be positive here, because, for example, when it comes to the DMA, I think they already, with the high-level group, there is, let's say, already a fruitful conversation going on. And yeah, probably I can leave it here for now, and we can deal with more later.
Thank you very much, Gabriele. And you also worked on the DGA on an academic paper, so maybe in the Q&A afterwards we can also have some few thoughts on this. So now we move to Oles Andrićuk, who's a professor in the UK. So what I asked him is also to do a bit of comparison with the UK and the system that we have there, and the legislations that we have there, and also the organizational governance there, which is quite different from what is happening in the UK, in the EU. And Oles published a paper which has a beautiful title, which is Comparing the Incomparable. So we will try to do this today. So between the DMA in particular and then the bill which adds another abbreviation, which is the Digital Markets Competition and Consumer Bill in the UK. So DMCCB. So we have another abbreviation to focus on. So please, Oles.
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this fantastic roundtable. Thank you very much, Chiara, for your excellent moderation. And I wanted to start with speaking Gabrielle's point about the complexity of the DMA, and somehow to connect it with the observation that while intuitively we think that we all, apart from Guillermo, are on the same camp, that we all are supporters of the DMA, we are on the same side, but we actually, it looks that there are so many different camps within the DMA supporters that often the supporters of the DMA perceive this very powerful tool quite differently. And this probably is the right modality, and that's why I think the job of Antoine is probably, the correct title is Dream Team, not the DMA team, the DMA Dream Team, because once of a sudden you receive this demiurgical power to interpret non-axiomatic obligations. I definitely see the layer of axiomatic kind of formulaic prescriptive list of obligations 5.7 of the DMA, but there are so many trajectories of complexities of where to give the preferences, strategic priority, and you are doing it while transferring pretty much axiomatic exposed perception of the role of competition enforcer as a guardian on the market, focused on identifying and deterring as many infringements as possible, liberating market from this kind of malicious types of behavior, be it unilateral or bilateral, multilateral, to something very different. So the role, the posture of the enforcers of the DMA is not anymore only restorative. Of course, the letter of obligations matter, and benefiting business users and maybe even end users is an important side effect or an important apparatus with which we try to deliver, we try to shape competition proactively within digital markets in both European jurisdictions, let's put it this way. And speaking of the camps, of different camps of the DMA supporters, I started, as an academic, you try to do some taxonomy. I started with 4 camps: critics, those supporters who want to change the very DNA of digital markets, who feel this instrument will finally bring the ultimate justice, that those bad guys will finally be penalized, and we will finally get compensation for this conduct for 10, 20 years or whatever. Those are market idealists, utopists perhaps. There are those who try to act rather opportunistically, who try very eloquently and competently point out those systemic non-compliances or those systemic troubles and those instances of non-compliances which benefit, apropos, their business model. And this is also very fair reason for, and they help a lot to promoting DMA and making it more powerful. There are also supporters, however, who would rather, instead of focusing on a bottom-up approach, who would rather ask, why do we need the DMA? What is the ultimate goal? What is behind these open-ended objectives of fairness and contestability in general? And what benefits should Europe get out of it? And the dilemmatic solution or conclusion of this camp is that the more ambitious the objectives, the more unrealistic they sound. Obviously, we understand that we compete in the global digital race, and the scale in digital markets matter. It's nice to have small and medium-sized companies united in a federated way in some kind of consortium of sharing on same standards, same vision, planting trees on Amazon forests every time consumer uses our search engine or any other idealistic model we have in mind. But the simple thing is that it doesn't work. It looks that all successful stories are, in digital markets at least, are associated with scale. And the question is how Europe can achieve this scale is a very toxic question. It's a very problematic question, it's a very naive question, and it is real, as each dilemma, it is really unresolvable because there are so many impediments to it that once having a conversation with one of the members of this round table, I was almost laughed at face how unachievable this sounds, and it does sound unachievable. And yet I think it is important at least to articulate that this big tech, European big tech, is probably have to be designed, if it can be designed, and it will have features quite similar to those other big tech companies on the east of Europe and on the west of Europe, rather than trying to use a vocabulary of much less appealing to us ideas of federated or green digital markets, some 2.0, 3.0, whatever. Now, speaking of the of the United Kingdom and comparing the digital market, to see that the Markets Competition and Consumers Act, I think it's interesting to see that the UK, while having quite probably one of the most powerful competition agencies in the world, Competition and Markets Authority, they strategically they started with separating the designation process from obligations process. As everything in this delicate world, it is a double-edged sword, because on one hand we can say that while DMA is being completely already up and running, the DMCCA is still on the stage of drafting guidance on some high first-order matters. On the other hand, what we will probably have, if things go well, is the situation that we will not be discussing who has been designated, why, who should be designated. It is left completely to the discretion of the Competition and Markets Authority. The criteria for designation are very flexible and easy to meet. But once designated, the gatekeepers, or in the parlance of the DMCCA, they're called undertakings with strategic market status, these designated undertakings will be offered a bespoke list of obligations designed specifically for them. And again, I think this perception goes more in line with kind of creative role of the enforcers, where they try to tailor obligation, to fine-tune obligations, not selecting them from the list of those presupposed by the co-legislators, but understand, or based on their previous experience, and the CMA has very rich pioneering experience in understanding the mechanics of digital markets and how competition is being constrained systemically in digital markets, but rather they will be tailoring these obligations starting based on what they want to achieve. So it's kind of purpose-oriented obligations, and such discretion, while formally it is absent in the DMA, I still think that out of those complex, the opportunity to pick, to cherry pick, and then to interpret out of those complexities mentioned by Gabriella is still there. And we obviously don't have to say it explicitly, but at least bearing in mind the need to, if we mean it really, that Europe has to be competitive in this global digital race, that we shouldn't be happy with playing in this confederation league. We want to play in Champions League, and we want occasionally even win these tournaments, if possible, our European big tech companies. Then probably we shouldn't just buy for cheap these ideas that, well, just compete harder, wake up earlier, or work harder. We need some steroids, we need some capital market that has been mentioned, and maybe some other ingredients, which is probably beyond the scope of this discussion. But the overarching purpose of this comparative contribution was to say that the discretion, the flexibility of the Enforcer 2.0, which is not a kind of backward-looking, and which is not a policeman trying to remedy as many instances of infringement as possible, but a co-creator, a demiurge, who tries to apply these obligations creatively, being driven by some overarching goal, however naive it may sound, is a kind of modality towards which we are gradually transferring. Maybe not this iteration of the DMA, maybe it's a long-term game. Maybe in some time we will come up to this, but it's something which has to be somehow at least identified, at least as an intellectual, idea. Approach here.
Thank you very much, Joelle. And what if there is something that you can be jealous of in the UK is that they have for their cooperation forum, they have around like 20 people working full time only for the cooperation among the like 4 authorities which are concerned, which is like 20 people is like way more than some national competent authorities have been given for the implementation of the new missions under the new regulation. So it's for sure in terms of people working on these new regulations in the UK, they have, I mean, they make us very jealous in Europe, I think. So then I open the floor to the Q&A. If there is any question from the public or the participants, otherwise I will also, yeah, please. I don't know if there is a mic. Yeah. Can you please introduce yourself before the question? Thanks.
Thank you. So thank you very much for this roundtable and for explanation. My name is Nicolas, and I work in a consulting firm. I was in Paris Dauphine 4 years ago, and I wonder how the European regulators of DSA can guarantee that illegal contents could be removed or monitored or tracked on networks, knowing the fact that there are so many encrypted applications like WhatsApp or moreover the dark web. Thank you.
It's a very nice question, but I'm not sure if our speakers are, but I don't know, maybe Antoine?
That would definitely be for Irene, but maybe if you stay for the next panel, like she will definitely be talking about DSA, so she can take your question, but unless anyone else wants to.
As a very general point, let's say, as the DMA, the DSA as well is asymmetric, so you need to be designated. For example, if you're not kind of a firm, if you only live, let's say, in the dark web, I don't see how you can fall within the competence and the jurisdiction of the DSA.
And then Joelle had also a question, please.
So my question will not be as an academic, but as a previous regulator. I was in ARCEP at the beginning of, let's say, more or less 15 years ago, and involved in the telecom opening the market. And when I heard about what is happening on DMA, about the metrics to say how fantastic is the evolution, the short-term evolution, and what happens, there is one word I don't heard, is competitors. So one of the objectives, as far as I understand, of DMA, with fairness and contestability, is to open the market. It's what maybe more or less Oleg was saying, to have new operators. And we heard about, okay, the denomination of stakeholders, we heard about, but I don't see in the way of doing any possibility to have the European future big tech discussing. As far as I remember, maybe a lot of people heard about the telecom regulation. It was about Orange, France Télécom. It was about ARCEP. I was in ARCEP. But it was also about Free, and at that time, Neuf CGTL, whose name now is SFR. And without Free and Neuf, the market would not have been open as it is in telecom. So my question is about how do we, is it possible with the design of DMA, how is nowadays, to have new Free or new SFR, and really to have a European big tech? If not, it's just to close the rent and let the rent, monopoly rent, but close them, very good design. What for?
Look, I mean, European big tech is a lot to ask, but let's see. where you will see competition develop is on all these markets that are not the core markets of the gatekeepers, but that are around it. So, I mean, if you take Google search engine, I mean, that's an interesting one, actually, because I don't know if you saw, but there was just the announcement of a joint venture between Quant and Ecosia. I mean, there's, again, a lot to do in this field, and I don't think the DMA has given them, like, everything they should get from the DMA to be empowered. But that project is indirectly triggered by the DMA. I think that's just a sign for them that they have support and that they should actually give it a try. So I mean, that's a project where they're trying to compete head-on with Google. Okay, that's a big endeavor, but that has the merit to exist. Then, if you take search, I mean, controlling search, you have the potential to control any protect competitor operating service, where the DMA does protect competitors, are also on all the services that are around the main. I see that you, but so I mean that's one thing. Then, in terms of concrete examples, I mean, I think it's important. So the DMA creates opportunities. It tries to basically strike down some obstacles and barriers to entry. Then it will take time before these opportunities. I mean, one, they need to be seized, and two, like there needs to be a momentum, and that cannot happen from one day to the other. If you take the alternative app stores, I mean, I could give you examples of like at least 5 or 6, like including European players that are now live on iOS. Are they competing, you know, like gaining a huge market share? Not yet, but this is the beginning of it. And there are still obstacles, and there is an open investigation that hopefully can strike down more obstacles and enable them to be more competitive.
Sorry, I was not enough precise. Are they involved in the discussion about the implementation?
Absolutely, and no, they're absolutely.
So it's not public.
I mean, it's not public. I have no problem saying that we are closely in touch with all these players, and I think I tried to say it in my presentation. But when we start an investigation on non-compliance, I mean, we've received tips from the markets. That's based on feedback that there is something that is ineffective, that they experience obstacles. When we are presented with a given solution, like, I mean, we have very talented people in the team, but I mean, we by no means, we cannot cover all the services and businesses that the DMA covers. So our first reflex is to pick up the phone or send an email and gather market feedback. So no, I mean, I think the recipe is the same as the one you used in telecoms. The only big challenge is that, you know, you had one market, 4 stakeholders. We have hundreds of markets and thousands of stakeholders. So we have to always think how to make it efficient, gather this feedback in an efficient way.
Alexandre?
I just want to react on this, because my concern is a bit the same as Joelle. You know, from the outside, it seems that you have transposed much the antitrust methodology with the DMA, which is, I discuss with the gatekeeper, and then I market test with the business user, you know. And what I think regulation is different. I mean, you have to have a tripartite dialogue all the time, you know. So my impression, from the outside, so it's not something, but I mean, with my think tank, we've just finished a series of interviews of how it works, and this is one finding we had, you know, is that it's very much still a kind of antitrust mind. So, I mean, do you think it's too I mean, is that assessment correct or incorrect? So that's the first thing, because you do that and we don't. And if it is correct, why do you think it needs to be done in that way?
I think it's very much case by case, because again, we have like 20 obligations, and all of them are a market in itself. In some of them, you have a lot of stakeholders. In others, they are more identified. So I mean, one recipe will not necessarily work like across the obligations. I think we've always pushed gatekeepers. I mean, there's also the legal powers we have, right? So we cannot really I mean, we can indirectly incentivize them to go and collaborate with the beneficiaries, which we have done a lot. I think there our leverage is to tell them, look, if you do it on your own and you don't check with the markets whether what you're putting in place actually work and is efficient, what will happen is that we will get a flurry of complaints and you're in trouble. Because that probably means you're not achieving effective compliance. And we told them, like, I mean, we highly doubt that you can ever achieve effective compliance if you've not checked with the people who are meant to benefit from it. So I think that's the kind of dynamic that we have. From one gatekeeper to the others, there are some that have made the effort. There are some that are pretending to make the effort. And there are some that are not even trying. And that may actually reflect in our choice of priorities in terms of who we go after first and second.
Any other question? So maybe in principle we have the coffee break, so it's a perfect 45. I think it's a break. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Chiara. Thank you to the panelists. So we will resume in 30 minutes, and we have a coffee break in the meantime. Let me tease the last session because you have to come back from the coffee break. So the last session will be entitled "Harmonization or Big Bang." So you will have all the reply by the end of the session. Okay, I think we should resume, and maybe the public will join you in a minute. So it's my pleasure to chair this third panel this afternoon. As I mentioned before the break, it's entitled "Harmonization or Big Bang." So the first panel was about the legal framework and its implementation, and the question of typically automated implementation or AI-based implementation. And the second one was really revolving around the DMA. This one will start also by considering the DMA, but also the DSA. And we'll have in a row 4 speakers. So first, Irene Roche-Laguna, who is the head of a unit at DG Connect, responsible for the coordination among national regulatory authorities and among themselves and with the Commission. Will introduce the conversation. Her unit is responsible both for the DSA and the DMA. Then we'll have Jean-Yves Ollier, who is a conseiller d'État and who has chaired the OECD Economic Regulator Network for a while and the Regulators Club also for a while, and he was the vice chairman of the Appeals Committee of the European Agency for the Cooperation of Energy Regulators, but he has also been working extensively on the implementation of the DSA, and so he will speak about the DSA. And then we'll have Alexandre Lacresse from the Court of Justice of the European Union. We'll speak about the harmonizing practices of the court, and typically we will also insist on the various tools and of course on the experience with the first case related to the digital regulation. And the last speakers will be Alexandre Stril. We discussed the reason why we could also consider alternative organization of the implementation of digital regulation in Europe. And so, Irene, let's start with your experience as an implementer of the EU regulation. By the way, it's, you are involved in the implementation of the DMA and DSA today, but you have been playing this role for former regulation and for a while. So you have a long experience of the implementation of regulations in Europe. So the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. In the two previous panels, indeed, the focus has been more on the DMA, the AI Act, and in the presentation of this conference, you mentioned also other instruments, the Data Governance Act, the Data Act, the EIDAS 2 also, but the truth is that the regulatory environment is way more complex than that. The other day, 2 weeks ago, I was invited to speak in two working parties in the Council, the working party that is usually responsible for the internal market and for telecoms, and I listed 25 instruments which are already adopted or are about to be adopted, are negotiations that affect the DSA in one way or another. So for those of you who don't know the DSA, it's a horizontal regulation that intends to provide safety and trustworthiness in the online space, meaning be sure that we have instruments as users to avoid that there is illegal content online, or to have empower users against content moderation decisions that are not necessarily justified. And that's a very simplistic explanation of what the DSA is. But here I want to explain this bigger picture and how we have to reflect from the perspective of governance. And I think it's a very good moment to start discussing and organizing these events around governance, because the more we move into enforcement, the more friction we find in the different systems, having parallel structures of enforcement that overlap and create also potential overlaps or loopholes for those platforms that we intend to regulate. So I don't know, by the way, whether it is a harmonization or big bang, but I am sure that we are creating a soup de lettres that it's sometimes difficult to swallow. And what I fear is that enterprises and companies that want to grow in Europe, they also need lawyers to go through this maze, because it is actually quite complex. So in the regulatory environment, we see the combination of data protection authorities for the GDPR, but also for political advertising regulation, for instance. We have the national competition authorities for the DMA, but also for antitrust, and obviously the Commission in that area. Telecom regulatory authorities for the Electronic Communications Code, also for net neutrality, also for the DSA for some of the providers that are covered. Media authorities under the AVMSD, the Audiovisual Media Services Directive, also under the upcoming EMFA, the European Media Freedom Act, which, by the way, both have some overlaps with the DSA as regards the video sharing platforms. We also have, when we move into the consumer angle, the online marketplaces, which, by the way, are very successful in France. France is known for having quite homegrown marketplaces, more than some other countries. We have the consumer protection authorities, but also the market surveillance authorities are responsible for the market surveillance regulation, the general product safety regulation. The AI Act is subject to enforcement by market surveillance authorities, and the consumer protection authorities are responsible for enforcement of the UCPD, the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, but also the Unfair Contractual Terms Directive, Consumer Rights Directive, and I will stop using these acronyms, but I want to add, to show the complexity of the system, that all of the instruments that I have mentioned may be enforced at the source or at the destination. So usually in single market instruments is the country of origin principle that governs the system. So the country where the platform is established is responsible for enforcement. In the case of the big platforms, many of them are in Ireland, some of them are not, but then Ireland would be the country that is responsible for the enforcement. But in a consumer protection angle, is the country of destination, is where the consumer is established. And we see that, for instance, there are similar obligations in some instruments. The General Product Safety Regulation that I mentioned includes a full article, which is sometimes copying and pasting from the DSA, with the difference that the DSA is enforced at the country of origin, and the General Product Safety Regulation is enforced or will be enforced at the country of destination. So it's a complex system, and many, if not all, of these instruments apply to the same actors. Just to mention a few, Temu, we just designated Temu as a very large online platform, and we opened 3 weeks ago, an investigation against Temu. And when we issued this decision to open an investigation, we had to coordinate also internally in the Commission with the colleagues dealing with consumer protection to be sure and to go almost line by line on the different grievances that we had to see whether it is rather in the DSA environment or in the consumer protection environment. So this coordination is needed. These instruments that I mentioned usually under the better regulation system, you should not repeat the obligations, because if they are subject to one obligation in one instrument, you don't need to come again with the same obligation elsewhere. But the truth is that over time, we have moved sometimes from a light touch approach to more specific rules, and we see now that these overlaps exist. So the typical example is dark patterns. If you know what dark patterns are, you may think this is already prohibited under consumer protection rules, because it's a system that it's trying to lead the consumer to a decision which the consumer would otherwise not have taken. But in the DSA, we introduced explicitly a prohibition for online platforms to use dark patterns. Then we said it is excluded from this obligation, the dark patterns that are already covered by the GDPR or by consumer protection. But if you go into the consumer protection angle, you also have a provision that says this applies only unless there are, only if there are no more specific rules in other instruments. So a lawyer will have to determine which one applies. And the lawyers of the platforms are also playing this against us. So, for instance, in Italy, there were some measures taken against Facebook, and Facebook was saying, well, here the DSA applies. But then when we go against Facebook, trying to enforce the DSA, then they will surely say, and probably go to court and say, well, actually, consumer protection applies. Why should the DSA regulate this? So this is something where we need to bring a bit of clarity. As I said, it's not only that the similar obligations apply, it's also that they are subject to different authorities. So I can put the example of video sharing platforms. YouTube, for instance, is subject to the Audiovisual and Media Services Directive, where the media authorities are responsible, and some of the obligations are now more specific and more detailed under the DSA. Under the DSA, not necessarily the media authorities will be the digital services coordinator. So you may have, in the case of, for instance, if there is a video sharing platform in the Netherlands, the media authority will be responsible for the video sharing platform obligations under the AVMSD, but the digital services coordinator, which is the Competition and Consumer Protection Authority, will have to check exactly the same obligations against exactly the same provider, but it will be a different authority. And as I mentioned, the different country of origin or country of destination provisions will also have to bring some complexity to the system. So let's imagine, I don't know how many of you use Snapchat. I receive constantly snaps from my kids. Snapchat has now an AI embedded system, My AI, and we have designated Snap under the DSA as very large online platforms. So we consider that the AI embedded tool, this My AI, is also covered by the DSA. Then we also have the AI Act, which would be subject to enforcement by the market surveillance authorities in the country of destination. We will have to decide, in this sense, who does what, and in particular, if it's the Commission who has the powers to enforce those rules, as it is the case, we will actually be very, very strongly in favor of implementing and enforcing the DSA. So, it is complex, but I want to end with a positive note. It's complex, but it's not impossible to get out of the maze. And I think that the solution, I would propose 3 solutions. The first one is coordination. The second one is coordination, and the third one is coordination. So it's not just a repetition. It should be coordination within the instrument. So under the DSA, there is also the possibility to coordinate how to enforce the DSA by the Digital Services Coordinator. Already in the name, it's embedded the idea that it needs coordination. So from the 27 member states, we have 11 DSCs who are responsible for media, so which are the same regulators as media regulators. 20 of them are the telecom regulators, the NRAs, and 6 are responsible also for competition or consumer protection. Obviously, this is more than 27. But some of them, as you know, have different responsibilities, have different hats, and these converging regulators are usually the ones that have been chosen as digital services coordinators. And then for the very large online platforms, in the Commission, we are also very careful in our cooperation with those DSCs. For instance, when we go against a very large online platforms, we have to communicate it with the Digital Services Coordinator of establishment, but I guess we will hear more about that. And whenever we open an investigation, this preempts that Digital Services Coordinator to act against the same grievances, because otherwise it would lead to the non-bis in idem principle. There are also joint investigations, and there is also the possibility for the Commission to issue amicus curiae if there is a case before a national court. So the second layer of coordination would be among the different instruments. And for that, we have under the DMA, the high-level group that has already been mentioned, where the data protection authorities are there, also the EDPB, EDPS, adding to the sub de lettres, the media authorities, the telecom, the national regulatory authorities in telecoms, the competition authorities. The DSCs are not there, but this is something that we are also trying to cover by way of informal cooperation. And under the DSA, we have the DSA board. The DSA board started in February this year, and we have met very regularly, once a month. And we have now also created working groups, 8 working groups, where we discuss legal matters, where all this coordination from a legal perspective will come out, consumer protection issues, protection of minors. Andreas Schwab was mentioning the Digital Fairness Act, where they again want to issue rules to protect minors, where the DSA already includes rules that protect minors. This is again just an example. But for instance, in the DMA, we have seen already very fruitful discussions as regards data-related issues, data protection-related issues, where a problem can be presented from different angles. And this coordination, these discussions, this continuous together working is absolutely necessary to go to a solution that will help, at the end of the day, will help the consumer, because otherwise the consumer can wait until courts decide. So the third layer of coordination, and with that I would end, is the coordination among the different legal systems with a call for clarity. And we will hear from Alex Lacresse from the Court of Justice to what extent the Court of Justice is already calling for this coordination in the Bundeskartellamt case, and also very recently in the Linden Apotheke case. The court is saying, well, we have these different systems, they are in a way competing, but let's let them compete if this is bringing positive results for the consumer and for the better protection of rights. So at the end of the day, the message that we bring from this is we need to work together and to find the most effective ways to protect users. Under the DSA, we are also called by the co-legislators to issue a report on how the DSA interacts with all these instruments. We have until November next year. We have still 1 year to try to find out the ways out of the maze. And hopefully this will also lead to clarifications. And with this, I would like to end to solutions that could lead to some simplification. In the new Commission mandate of Ursula von der Leyen, she is calling for simplification. There is even a commissioner with this portfolio, the Commissioner for Simplification. And in the hearings, my hopefully future Executive Vice President, Virkkunen, was calling for a clear overview and mapping of overlaps, of sometimes overlapping transparency or reporting obligations to lead to a better simplification and clarification. There are some other instruments that we didn't mention. The platform to business regulation, who remembers that? And it's at the beginning of the DMA, in a way. It was first a light touch approach to more transparency for platforms, but many of those obligations, if not all, are now covered under the DSA or under the DMA or both. So it could be, for instance, a question mark whether we need to continue having the platform to business regulation or some provisions that are in the AVMSD or some other provisions where we will need to check whether this duplicity is really bringing added value. I will stop.
Thank you very much. So now I give the floor to Jean-Yves Ollier. Jean-Yves wrote a report for the French government 5 years ago now on the regulation of digital platforms, and he has been extensively working since then on the various regulations that have been passed by the European Union, and especially on the DSA lately. So Jean-Yves will talk about that.
On the DSA, it is an editorial project which is to comment. It's to contribute to a commentary by article, and in which I looked at half the articles on very large online platforms and search engines, and tried to look at practical and implementation issues, and also try to bring to my comment my experience as a former regulator in other areas. Looking practically at the calendar of application of provisions on very large platforms, of the respect of the allocation of competence between the Commission and national regulators, and at on harmonization or coordination coordination in practice. If you look at the calendar of application of the DSA, it's entered into force in November 2022, but its general application date is 17 February 2024, and there was an anticipated application for very large platforms 4 months after the notification to the provider who fell within this category. So for the first batch of 19, it was in August last year. And this implementation immediately triggered certain rules that were directly applicable in certain areas, whereas in some others, they require implementation regulation or standards. An interesting example, and also a key element of the Big Bang of the DSA, is access of researchers to data, which is immediately implemented in the non-intuitive notion of having access to publicly accessible data. Which is a key area to overcome limitations to scrapping and to APIs, and to the use of or the lack of APIs to have access to massive amounts of data which are publicly available, pursuant to the last paragraph of Article 40. In this area, the Commission almost immediately launched or very rapidly formal proceedings against certain operators such as X due to the limitations of scrapping or the high cost of APIs, or later against Meta for discontinuing CrowdTangle, which was a useful and relevant API for this purpose. Inquiries were also launched in March against AliExpress and TikTok on similar issue. It's the illustration of the fact that the implementation of DSA will very much rely on researchers who are a party to the definition of the conceptual framework of its implementation. On a neighboring issue, the provisions relating the access to non-public data of researcher, which will be critical, will rely on the definition of procedures, in particular involving the responsible regulators, because it's the only area in which national regulators have a say in the implementation of the provisions on very large platforms. And this procedure is to be defined by a regulation of the Commission, on which there was a first consultation of principle in April last year, and which has just been put in consultation right now, a draft delegated act, which means that no researcher would have access to any data before the middle of last year, the middle of next year, when the implementation regulation will be in force, and the pipeline essentially for the Irish regulator in place. The very large platforms were also immediately required to provide online transparency repository, on which, on the limits of which inquiries were launched against certain players, and the use of these huge repositories, which the regulation extends beyond the political ads to everything, will also require a considerable workforce of researcher, and relates to the question of access to public data. The very large platforms were required to publish their first transparency reports in October 2023 on their, under the regulation on the content moderation practice. It's something they've been doing for 10 years, but in very disparate formats, which makes them practically of no use, of no serious use. But the relevant implementation of this rule is very dependent on the standardization of reporting frameworks, which is the subject of an implementation regulation which has been just adopted on the 4th of November. So this is an illustration of the importance of implementation regulations. Platforms will be required, are required to produce reports on the assessments of their own systemic risks and on the mitigations measures they take. They were required to transmit those reports to the Commission. They've done so twice, but they haven't published anything yet. Because it's an area in which there's a sort of chain of implementation triggers, which might lead to something being published before the end of this year, and which will be a key element to define the substance of what the DSA is on. So as regards competence and jurisdiction, the Commission has exclusive powers to supervise the measures which are specific to very large platforms, and has shared powers on the implementation to very large platforms of all the other parts of the regulation until an inquiry is launched. On the, with the exception of the access of researchers to data, the vetting whenever it will occur, which is a competence of the regulator of the country of establishment, which means the Irish regulator in 15 cases out of 25, Commission Namean. So they have, I understand that they were to multiply their staff by 4 for this purpose, from 40 to 160 persons. But that will be useful when the regulation, implementation regulation will be in force. Otherwise, the Dutch regulator has authority over 4 platforms. The Czech and Cyprus regulation has authority on the pornographic platforms, which are the main European players. No, in the area, it's a caricature because there's also Zalando and Booking. Luxembourg has authority on Amazon, and the German regulator on Zalando. Some regulators like ARCOM do not have a direct authority on any of those platforms, because there is no player established in France in that big league. But national regulators, of course, have authority on their shares of the tens and thousands of platforms which are below those the threshold, which in France should include Deezer and local marketplaces in particular. So the Commission has the main competence, but it has excellent but limited in number human resources, approximately 100 FTEs, I assume, for both the DMA and the DSA. Plus the support of a few dozen within ECAT, the European Centre for Algorithmic Transparency, in Sevilla. So it needs, it can use the resources and expertise developed by regulators and national authorities on these matters, in particular when the authorities, some of these authorities like ARCOM had general competence pursuant to national law, like the French law of 2018 on the manipulation of information, or like the work AGECOM did with Antonio Nicita on this similar subject. One interesting contribution in that respect, and which was also the results of reflections to which Joelle and I contributed, was the idea of pooling resources in France of expertise on those matters, given that the fragmentation between regulators was something hard to overcome for cultural and institutional reasons. The French authorities created a pool of expertise called PRAIRIE, Pôle d'expertise des régulateurs du numérique, which currently has about 20 specialists in particular of data science, and who has, although it works for regulators who might work with the Commission, it has concluded an agreement with the Commission to provide expertise on the implementation, and this pooling of which brings me to my last point, which is the organization of cooperation and pooling of expertise between regulators, national authorities, and the Commission. So in France, the DSC is ARCOM, but competent authorities are also DGCCRF, in particular on market platforms, which are, as you may have mentioned, important players in France, and CNIL on data protection. The regulation, the DSA, provides framework for cooperation. The European Board for Digital Services, Ian mentioned, which has a work program on a variety of issues, and for instance, ARCOM leads a group on content moderation and data access. And a key issue or a key element of this working program will be to work on the dozens of to assist the Commission on the dozens of implementation regulation, and to work on the elaboration of codes of conducts, of standards. And in this respect, an interesting analogy is what was done within Acer for energy. When Acer started, they had maybe a staff of 50 or 60, and essentially 7 or 8 of the largest European regulators had maybe 15 or 20% of their staff working permanently within Acer working group, which meant that in practice they could use a staff of 120 from European regulators, basically to build the second and third layers of implementation regulation, which were the European network codes and the implementing routes. So you can think that the European board can contribute to this sort of work streams for the regulations on and instruments on processes. A key deliverable, and this is organized by Article 64 of the also of the regulation. A key deliverable will be the annual reports of the boards on risks and risk management, which basically will express the view of the boards on the conceptual framework of risk analysis, which will be the support of the co-regulation system on which the DSA relies, which is basically giving a regulatory framework to the so-called self-regulation by which platforms regulate their clients and everyone except themselves. But these reports, which also should be due, I assume, in the next few months, and the first one is in the working program of the board, will be a key contribution to the conceptual framework of the DSA. So this those were a few illustrations on how the establishment of cooperation in practice, in particular within the board or through specific cooperation agreement, will be absolutely critical to the Commission to demultiply its own resources on the matter.
Thank you very much. So now we'll switch to the Court of Justice of the European Union with Alexandre Lacresse, who is currently a legal secretary there, and he has a past of lawyer and also a specialist. He has been also working for the competition authority in France, and the first cases are raising the Court of Justice of the European Union now, and so the court has also a long tradition of coordinating, in a way, the regulatory authorities. Jean-Yves was reminding us that we have past experience on the way regulatory authority can cooperate and build both common experience, but beyond that, in fact, build common task force in a sense, and it's interesting also to consider the experience of the Court of Justice of the European Union as a main player in this game.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you for inviting me to speak today, of course. Just for the record, I speak on my own behalf and on behalf of the Court of Justice. That is being said, of course. From EU's court point of view, meaning the General Court and the Court of Justice, assessing cases relating to EU digital regulations could be seen as business as usual. Indeed, applying EU law and principles to cases relating to various fields of law has been done by the courts for more than 70 years. But let's be honest, regarding DMA and DSA and other digital regulations, we are still at the beginning of the journey. In other words, the meal is new, but the forks and knives to eat it are mainly the same. There are two main tools in the court's hands to ensure the proper and effective application of EU digital regulations. First tool is to control the legality of Commission's decisions. Article 263 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union provides that the Court of Justice shall review the legality of legislative acts and decisions of EU institutions, especially it shall have jurisdiction in actions brought by any natural or legal person, meaning big tech companies, who is directly and individually concerned by the act on grounds of, first, lack of competence, second, infringement of an essential procedural requirements, third, infringement of the treaties or of any rule of law relating to the application, and fourth, of a misuse of powers. In the context of the DMA, especially, two decisions may fall under the scrutiny of the Court of Justice. First, we all know now, designation decisions, as seen in the Bidens versus Commission case, where the General Court rejected Biden's appeal against its designation as gatekeepers. The General Court found that the standard of proof applied by the Commission was correct, first, but even though the Commission had made some errors in his assessments of Biden's arguments, and that the General Court decided that those errors had no bearing on the lawfulness of the contested decision. In this respect, the main benefit in this judgment so far is that the General Court considered that Biden was entitled to submit qualitative arguments to call into question the presumption settled at Article 3 of the DMA. Especially, you could read paragraph 44. There is nothing in the wording of Article 3, paragraph 5 of the DMA that allows the Commission to discard from the outset arguments or evidence submitted by an undertaking as irrelevant on the ground that they are not expressed in figures. So don't repeat it to the EU legislator, but the EU courts are not very fond of presumption that cannot be rebuked. An action brought before the General Court is also an opportunity to define new concepts. Thus, in the Biden's case, the General Court also noticed that DMA does not comprise a definition of the term ecosystem. However, the judges preferred to sidestep the obstacle, and they rejected Biden's argument that it was not an ecosystem on the grounds that he had not sufficiently met his burden of proof in this respect to rebut the presumption applied by the Commission. So you can see paragraph 161 if you want to read it. So that question and the whole case now is before the Court of Justice on appeal. Currently, Apple and Meta have also logged actions before the General Court seeking the annulment of designation decisions under the DMA. These cases are pending. And I just may point out that in the Apple case, the company is alleging that one of the provisions of the DMA, Article 6, paragraph 7, regarding interoperability obligations, is inconsistent with the requirements of the European Charter of Fundamental Rights and the principle of proportionality. You must understand that Apple or any other big tech companies, GAFAM and others, was not able to bring an action against the DMA when it was adopted because they were not individually concerned by the act. So they use actions against individual decisions to challenge the act itself. So judgments are expected in the first half of 2025, hopefully. Second kind of decisions, obligation and infringement decision, of course. While not pending in any matters before the General Court, the Commission will conduct investigations, we know now, against gatekeepers where their practices do not comply with their obligations under Article 5 to 7 of the DMA. In such a case, a gatekeeper is likely to be fined to up to 10% of its global turnover. Then the General Court, and on appeal, the Court of Justice, will control the legality of the Commission's assessments and fine setting. Count on that. Similarly to what the Court has already done in the past under EU competition regulation, of course. Indeed, Article 45 of the DMA provides that the Court of Justice has unlimited jurisdiction to review decisions by which the Commission has imposed fines, payments, and it may cancel, reduce, or even increase the fine imposed. Now, relating to the DSA, the General Court has several cases pending. You have Zalando, Amazon EU, Halo Freestyle, better known as Pornhub, Web Group Czech Republic, better known as X-Videos. In the Amazon case, the President of the General Court initially ordered to pause the impending effects of the undertaking's designation as very large online platforms under the DSA. However, on appeal, the Court of Justice set aside that decision because the assessment made by the President of the General Court of the condition relating to the establishment of a prima facie case was based decisively on matters which were not subject to the principle that the parties should be heard. Indeed, the Commission was denied the opportunity to comment on the arguments put forward by Amazon in its response to a measure of organization of procedure. Giving final judgment, the Court of Justice dismissed Amazon's application for interim measures and rejected its request to be granted a period of 28 days in order to comply with the obligation to compile an advertisement repository. The General Court still has to decide whether the designation decisions under the DSA are legally founded, of course. The second tool are preliminary rulings, quite important. Indeed, Article 267 of the TFEU states that the Court of Justice shall have jurisdictions to give preliminary rulings concerning the interpretation of the treaties and the validity and interpretation of acts of the institutions. This shall befall the Court of Justice to the extent that its purpose and role is to interpret EU law in a manner which is consistent and coherent with not only the will of the Union legislator, but also to ensure that its decisions respect the general principles of EU law, including proportionality, legal certainty, fundamental rights, of course, and so on. So regarding EU digital regulations adopted lately, such as DMA or DSA, it is too early to know whether any of these regulations will be referred for preliminary ruling. For this to happen, one of the regulations would have to be invoked in national proceedings, and in the event of an action being brought before the national courts, the court would have to refer a question to the Court of Justice on the interpretation or validity of that regulation. So it is easy to see that this scenario will not arise anytime soon. Nevertheless, in the case of the Digital Data Governance Act, the court could be asked, it's an hypothesis of course, to clarify the interpretation or scope of some of the provisions of the Act. For instance, to the extent that under Article 11 and 12 of the DGA, respectively, notification by data intermediation services providers and conditions for providing data intermediation services, the conditions for providing data sharing services may be unclear to some extent, and therefore the Court of Justice could be asked to clarify the meaning of said provisions. For instance, there are 15 conditions laid down by Article 12 of the DGA for the provision of data intermediation services, which is an ever more data-reliant which in a ever more data-reliant digital society might present issues which the Court of Justice could have to adjudicate on. The same can be said about Article 11 of the Data Act, which concerns the use of technical protective measures put in place against the unauthorized use or disclosure of data. It applies in particular where in business-to-business relations, a data holder is obliged to make data available to a data recipient. This was seen with copyright cases on the legality of paywalls and other TPMs put in place, and then circumvented, with the question being whether this amounted to copyright infringement. There are several cases, old cases, but the meeting between copyright and data usage is at the start. Therefore, the Court of Justice could play a prevalent role, of course, in digital governance and on the control of lawful data usage and handling, as it has done in digital copyright before. Another example is DSMD. So it's the directive about copyright and related rights in the digital single market. Because I talk about it because it was the basis of two cases. It was the basis of two cases before the Court of Justice. I don't have much. I just have Biden's. I know, so I have to. I will have more, but for the moment, that's the best I can do. So you had YouTube against Siando, where it was asked whether the platform operator was liable for copyright infringement of the right of communication to the public if they are merely provided the platform. The Court of Justice, delivering its preliminary ruling, held that if the operator merely provides the access to the platform, no infringement can be found. But if it knowingly lets the users publish and share copyright infringement content, then it becomes liable for infringement of Article 17 of the DSMD. Another case is ONB against Belgium, and regarding the interpretation of Article 22 and 23 of the DSMD. And the Court of Justice is currently being asked to interpret provisions on the recuperation of rights, so-called reversion of rights for artists and performers in Belgium. This will undeniably affect the way artistic and copyrighted works are consumed, treated, and protected across the Union, especially in a digitalized world. In conclusion, there are two aspects to keep an eye on regarding the Court of Justice's role in the field of EU digital strategy. First, make or break the Commission's decisional practices in terms of DMA and DSA, of course. And second, the clarification expected regarding the scope of EU law with regards to data usage, of course, and AI technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now the floor is to Alexandre Striel, who is Professor of European Law at the University of Namur and also Professor at Collège d'Europe of Europe, and is a permanent visiting professor in Sciences Po Paris, in a sense. And he's also very active as a research director in CERE, a think tank that is very influential in Brussels regarding regulation in general and digital regulation in particular. So, Alexandre, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. So, I mean, at the exact same hours, 1 week ago, we were discussing with Eric the panel, and I made a promise that I regret, because I said I will not use slides. And you know, now listening to everyone, and it was really fascinating, I would have used 2 slides, so imagine in your head. One is the movie Matrix, and the other one is Le Procès de Kafka, you know, because those are the 2 things we should alleviate, basically. With the DMA and the DSA. So let me explain first what are the substantive objectives of all of this. I think really it's to alleviate that we end up to be in, that the matrix become the reality, you know, that we are in one ecosystem, we don't even realize that we are in that ecosystem, and we don't have a choice to go elsewhere. You know? And so basically I think the role of the DMA and the DSA and the success of the DMA and the DSA will be whether the DMA managed to, I would say, diffuse digital power, and whether the DMA managed to diffuse digital power, and whether the DSA managed to govern this digital power. You know, that's really what it is about. So the DMA, you know, the objective, and it has been explained several times now, it's to open the digital ecosystem, not to break them up, you know. So as you know, there are some antitrust cases in the US and here which wants to break up Google to some extent, but here the DMA is really about opening the big digital ecosystem in order to stimulate choice and innovation. And I fully agree with the discussion we had before. I don't think the role of the DMA or an effect of the DMA will be to decrease the innovation. If anything, it should and it will hopefully increase innovation by opening the digital ecosystem as it has been explained before. The DSA is really about, you know, transparency obligations, societal risk obligations. So basically, I think, you know, you could judge the success of the DSA if the balance of power within a big tech, between on the one hand the product team and on the other hand the trust and safety team will be changed, because, you know, now basically and Francis Haugen whistleblowing shows that those trust and safety team were not really taken seriously. Nobody really cared about them. You know, it's a bit like the HR people in a company. You know, they are there because you have to have them, but they don't really decide. I think that if really those people have an influence in the big tech, that will be, I think, a success of the DSA. Or, you know, to take back to the motto of Zuckerberg, you know, and move fast and break things, I think, you know, the success of the DMA will be if the big tech, and Facebook in particular, move slower and don't bring things anymore, you know. But that leads me to the second slide I wanted to have shown to you, and that is the trial of Kafka, you know, because, and that is more on the substantive issue. I think the big risk here is that we end up with a Kafkaian, you know, series of process, procedures, people involved, and then, you know, that at the end of the day, nothing changed or little change, you know. And so it's very important to have, as Irene was saying, coordination, and she explained that very well, so I don't want to come back to that. Coordination, of course, among national authority and the new coordination system which has set up by the French law, which was explained before, is a very interesting one, but also coordination between a national and the EU, national authority and the EU. Another thing which is important, and Irene don't speak about it because we disagree about it, is the independence. Because I still think, but I know she disagrees, so maybe you will have time to reply, but I still think that the Commission is not an independent body in the sense of the independence which is required for the national agencies, which is independence vis-à-vis the operator, obviously, because then you will have a conflict of interest, and I think that Irene and her colleague are clearly independent from the, and Antoine are clearly independent from the big tech, but are they independent from the political power? That's my question. No, Andreas Schwab here says, no, I don't see any problem, and so on, and he replied to my question that nothing will change with the Trump administration. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't believe him, sincerely. We will see. I mean, I understand why he say that, and he should say that, but I don't think it will, I think it will change, and I think it will be foolish for the Commission to say, I attack directly Elon Musk and others, given the power they have taken now. We will see, but I mean, I would be surprised, let's say, if we have an infringement against X or a non-compliance decision against X anytime soon. But I mean, I may be wrong, but I think it will be anyway an interesting development. But I mean, what shows this kind of love and hate relationship between X and the Commission, which started with Breton, as we know, and now Breton is gone and Elon is there, where he is. I think that shows something more profound, that, you know, to give those regulatory power to a political entity is maybe not such a good thing, you know. So basically, at the end of the day, you know, what we should have, I think, and we have a good model, you know, for those kind of coordination and independence, and that's what we have in financial supervision, you know, with the single supervision mechanism, which has been set up after the financial crisis, and where you have at the top the European Central Bank, which is an independent institution, which is in charge of supervising the biggest bank of Europe. And then you have the financial supervisor, the national authority, which still have a big role, first, to support the ECB in doing its work against a significant bank, and second, in regulating the less significant bank, you know. And I think, you know, I like this system because you have at the top a European institution which is independent and a good coordination with the national authority through this mechanism of supporting on the one hand and regulating on the others, you know. And I think this is something we may be interested in. There is, of course, the issue of simplification. Now, again, I mean, it's a bit like l'Arlésienne, you know. At every new mandate, we say that there will be a simplification, we say that there will be less law, and at the end of the day, you know, we end up with more law. No, I don't want to say that the DMA, the DSA, and the soup that Irene is serving us was not justified. No, I think it was very justified. My point is just to say that, you know, when we say there will be a deregulatory agenda, I still need to see what are the incentives of the Commission and of the Parliament to deregulate, because, you know, they exist through regulation, basically. You know, that's the kind of original sin of Europe. I mean, the original quality and sin of Europe is that, you know, you exist through regulation. You don't exist through a budget. You don't exist through a military force. You just exist through regulation. So, you know, how that can work? I mean, maybe one solution could be to ask to Elon Musk, again, here to extend its Department of Government Efficiency here. I mean, it would be interesting to see what he does, and that would be a good advice for you to invite him, because, I mean, I don't like him, let's be clear. I don't share his view on the freedom of speech, but I admire his efficiency, you know. And so I think it will be interesting to see what he will do in the US, and maybe some lesson can be learned from us, you know. For us. But the point is that on this simplification, I think we really have to have the incentive right. And I hope that, you know, the attention span of the MEP, of Andreas Schwab, of the Commission, of Irene and Antoine and others will shift from making law to implementing law. I think that's what is happening. So that is quite reassuring for the Commission. So I don't think you need more people overall. You just need to reshift people from making law to implementing law. Because if you have more people overall, you know, the others will continue to make law, you know. So I think that would be important. And the last thing I want to insist on is robust governance mechanism. Now, Eric is very strong on that, to insist that next to rule, you need to have governance mechanism, and also Jens. And I think this is a bit l'oublié of those laws to some extent, because we don't, I think, have enough still good, strong governance mechanisms, for instance, to ensure an effective interoperability or to ensure an effective data access. You know, there are some initiatives here and there, and that the Commission is pushing, so that's a good thing, like, for instance, the data transfer initiative. But, you know, and we know that since Lawrence Lessig, you know, you don't change the cyberspace just with rules. You know, you need to change also technical architecture, you need to change market, you need to change social behavior, and until you don't have change all of this, you know, nothing really meaningful happen. So basically, and to conclude, I just wanted to say that, you know, we do all of this for good reason, you know, to alleviate that we are all imprisoned in one ecosystem without knowing it. So I think it's and that's, you know, that's very fundamental to do all of this. But I think we need to maybe be better, still better, and I think the Commission has done fantastic work. And really, I mean, they have got the priority right. They didn't lose before the court. The court also did a fantastic work, by the way. I think the Biden's decision is a very clear example of a pedagogical case, which is explaining something which was not necessarily obvious for everyone, that the DMA, it is regulation, it is not antitrust. So hence my question on the methodology that Joelle and I had. But I think the court has understood that very, very well, and that is reassuring. But still, I think we are not yet there, and I think we need to have a system of coordination, of independence, and of simplification, and robust governance mechanisms for all of this to work. Thank you.
Very much. So that will spare me the effort to do some concluding comments. Thank you so much, Alexandre. Any question or reaction from the panel? Maybe Jean-Yves?
Reaction on independence. I agree with Alexandre that the Commission is not necessarily qualified as independent from any political power in regulation, but I'm not sure I see the point of independence from political power in such a regulation, nor of the principle of absolute independence in almost any European regulation except on data protection, where it was first invented because it was essentially built against government system. In other areas, independence from government was essentially conditional to the government being a shareholder to avoid conflict of interest, and then it was subreptitiously introduced in third-generation directives on telecom and energy based on premises that independent authorities were better at everything they did because they were shielded from short-term political, meaning member states' preoccupations. And I'm not sure if the same wording has been imported in the DSA. I'm not sure of the relevance of it. What should we mean? What is the meaning of having an authorities independent from political authorities, defining essentially through this regulation what the rules in practice will be on banning hate speech, protecting minors, or consumer protection? The Ministry of Justice did that very well in Germany. DGCCRF does it very well in France. So, I'm not sure of the value to be given to such a principle in this particular area, where there's an entire body of substantial rules to be built, essentially by harnessing the power of the big techs, which requires a political power in a way to implement this regulation.
Thank you, Jean-Yves. Jens?
Thank you. That was pretty interesting. I think, Alex, thank you. And one of the things why I thought your intervention was so interesting is that it really speaks to the point of this afternoon, which is implementation and governance. And so we can now link back to Oles, who I guess is not in the room anymore, but kind of who alluded to the difference in the UK's more bespoke, customized regulation versus the EU's kind of, well, more general horizontal regulation, right? And this is interesting. We will see kind of how practice or how the empirics kind of turn out. What I would argue, however, and thereby I want to link to what I said a couple of hours ago, is that where I identified that one of the key challenges in implementation is the technological, kind of the speed of the technological development. And the problem with truly independent authorities is that necessarily, in order to check them, they have to be very rule-based. If they're very rule-based, they cannot have so close kind of contacts to other experts in the trade, and consequently they will be relatively slow. They will be right, but they will be slow. And maybe this is not exactly what we need given kind of the realm of tech regulation, which is why in this case I would in general, more analysis needed, but I would in general more kind of rely on a more kind of adjustable, more flexible way of governance, at the risk that the regulators are very close to the regulated entities, that they are up for lobbyists and for capture. That's all the risk that you buy with it. But if we kind of we're too independent and too kind of too stern, then this can maybe work in central banking, where kind of the main issues in central banking today are not so different from the issues 20 years ago. But that's different in tech. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Joelle?
Yes, I have a question for mainly Irene, but also Alexandre. Is coordination, I mean facultative coordination, a good coordination, a good governance mechanism? My own experience is not. So you speak about coordination as, let's say, the gold answer. Yes, 3, coordination. What do you, is for you a good, the best governance mechanism we can have?
May I add just one thing? Is the issue, I mean, is the solution around this buzzword of coordination, in a sense, among so many authorities, etc.? Whether this is a question of accumulation of knowledge, development of capabilities, plus what Jens just mentioned, which is agility. And one of the one of the problem is with so much coordination, can we be agile and accumulate? You know, because okay, you have 20 specialists here, 25 here, etc., and they spend their time in coordinating themselves rather than be organized in a kind of task force and distributing. So this is so maybe the issue is not an independent agency, but that still. This is the creation of an agency, something like that, at the European level, dealing with the main cases and etc. But of course, this raises issues in terms of political logic of the building of the union. I understand that.
Thank you very much for the question, because I don't think that coordination is the goal of the DSA nor of the DMA. I think it is a means to make something meaningful out of it, because the DSA, unlike what my previous commissioner used to say, it was not entering in a Wild West scenario. It's not that there was no regulation at all dealing with these online platforms. There were scattered sector-specific rules, and now. With the DSA in particular, it adds a layer which is horizontal, which includes very specific obligations and also includes fines, and in our view brings a much more, or will bring much more results than the previous, which were quite timid in the beginning, because yes, it's internet, innovation, we want to be innovation friendly, technology friendly, but it does not mean that we cannot impose those obligations. So in order not to break all these sector-specific rules that were already there and are bringing results, I mean, we have at national level all layers of regulation that are already working on that. So instead of saying, get away, now we are the sheriffs, we need to talk and to better, to establish the rules and to take action where it is most efficient. And that requires coordination. So coordination is the means, not the goal to build a very complex system just for the sake of it. Let me get back on the question on the independence. First, the treaty says that the commissioners need to be independent. That let's leave it there. And second, I am very much convinced that under the DSA we need independent regulators, because it deals with issues that are very, very close to fundamental rights, to freedom of speech. Media regulators have always, from the broadcasters' authorities, intended to be independent in order not to be used by the party in the government. The same happens with disinformation. If you want to give to the power to take measures to avoid risks led by disinformation to regulators which are not independent from the government, to me it's a recipe for disaster. So I think it is well justified that we need independence for regulators under the DSA.
Yeah, I just wanted to say two things. So on independence, I mean, we discussed that already, but the treaty said independent from the member states, but not from the parliament. And on the contrary, I mean, you have the commission is accountable before the parliament. So I think we are talking about two different types of independence. Now, whether it's necessary or not, I tend to be with you, and I think the Trump, sorry, the Elon Musk, I identified them, the Elon Musk and Thierry Breton, let's say July or August conversation shows that maybe some independence is needed. But and on coordination, I think at the end of the day, you know, as always, it's a question of ability and incentive. So I'm with you, Eric, to say that it can impede agileness if it is badly done. But the thing is that, and I think it's the same in every institution, public or private or university, you know, which is not easy to ensure coordination. It's how you do that by ensuring that everyone is pursuing the common goal, and maybe by having a financial incentive. No, the problem, of course, is at the Commission you cannot create financial incentive. But I was discussing with someone from MasterCard, you know, and he was telling me how difficult it is to coordinate the different departments in MasterCard, and how they do that by giving a financial incentive if you manage to have a common project together, you know. Now, of course, here you don't function with money, you function with something else, with promotion, or, for instance, at the Commission. But so let's say that the one which are the most cooperative within the Commission should get promoted faster. I mean, those are the things maybe which we could think of, and not the one which fight the most with the other DG, to take an example.
Gabriele.
Yeah, a quick reaction on several of the points. Starting with coordination, kind of going back to Joelle kind of initial wording, I don't think that facultative coordination is really on the table. It's, as Irene was saying, it's kind of, is needed as part of kind of, let's say all of us involved in enforcement to be kind of accountable to consumer and citizen. And kind of on Alexandra's point on independence, let's say, I mean, I take the point. I think it's very provocative. My quick reaction, let's say, would be that kind of you need to be careful, let's say, in computer science world, not to mix up, let's say, correlation with causation. Because, let's say, even if in the near future you see some enforcement going in some direction, let's say, it might not be the case that let's say, that enforcement was because of a political influence. It could also be that there was a need to act in that direction. So let's say up front it's difficult to again, take a clear position on this. And I think part of this, let's say, guarantee that you are looking for somehow is also recovered in the procedures and ultimately in the Court of Justice, where, you know, when you are involved in building these cases, we go back to the complexity I was mentioning before. These companies, they really know how to defend themselves. So basically we are in the trenches, and, you know, to advance for 1 minute is difficult. So I guess our system provides lots of guarantees in terms of procedures and, you know, afterwards to kind of ensure that rights, let's say, are properly protected. And on the point on, if I got it correctly, on the effectiveness of these regulations, let's say, my reaction would be, you can look at the market and see, let's say, if the European market grows, to measure whether or not this regulation was effective. Because as kind of it emerged today, to transform, let's say, the European market, it's really a matter of a collective effort. The regulators just somehow simplify the condition for businesses to grow, but businesses needs to do their part, consumers needs to do their part. So let's say, I found your point extremely kind of interesting and challenging, but at the same time, let's say we need to be careful in vehiculating these messages, because this could somehow provide an easy way to assess whether or not enforcement and regulation was effective. So, but again, yeah, I take your point. It was interesting.
Well, thank you very much. I am afraid time is over, but unless somebody wants to make a very important comment before leaving. So if not, I'm sure the discussion will continue, both in the next month and in the next decades. Just as a joke, I have a case for independence, because in the conflict, in the forthcoming conflict with the US, if the regulation is implemented by an independent body, it will make the trade war a bit easier to manage on our end. But of course, this is this is just an argument which can be discussed around the drink in the next minute. And again, I would like to, I don't think I did it already, so I would like to thank you very much, to thank all the speakers very much for having made it to Paris today, contributing to this debate. Again, I'm sure there will be other occasions in different contexts, here and there, of course. And I would like also to thank the organizer of the Dauphine Digital Days and also the team of the Governance and Regulation Chair for having managed this specific event. And we'll have a next conference of the chair tomorrow morning with the OECD on the greening of regulated industries, and another one on the 3rd of December in this room on the regulation of emerging tech. A whole day conference around this question, again organized with the OECD, but also with participation from the Commission, the academia, the industry, etc., etc. So thank you so much, and see you in 5 minutes around some champagne. So.